Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love.
It's time to bring the social media romance to a halt and watch our two teams duke it out on Summer's Rift. Hope everybody enjoyed the intro. It's LPL's unofficial English broadcast. Day number 4 of action as we just get into the swing of things. I, myself, and Slayer are going to be beside my good friend Cubby here doing all the analytical work. It is Weibo Gaming taking on Ultra Prime once more out of Group B. Should be a fun one, Cubby, but could be a quick one, depending on how you feel.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. Weibo, they are the favorites going into today's match, but hey, hopefully we can get some more surprises from UP, who didn't have a great Demacia Cup, but have a chance to make a splash here in Split 1 in Group B.
And you're taking a look at the format. We are currently slated in the new format, the Split 1 format of the LPL here. 4 groups with 4 teams, Weibo Gaming and Ultra Prime up in that top right corner with Group B. And the format is what's really fun, Cubby. You and I have both had more than enough experience with the Fearless format from our time in NA. We're bringing it over to the LPL for Split 1. Honestly, all the leagues with the international event. Best of 5 Fearless. It's just so cutthroat how these groups can really play out.
It is. I feel like Fearless, I have my gripes with it. I think it brings a lot of novelty and uniqueness to games and splits, but I did see in NACL the game quality be a little bit diminished. We also saw that in summer of LPL early on. I don't think that they were the best games when Fearless was going on, but hey, my hope for Fearless is that we see some new things that get taken with us for the rest of the year on this brand spanking new patch that is very different, and it's been very interesting to see the teams at least try and piece together and play discovery about what's going on, because this is one of the earliest patch cycles that I can remember of seeing pro play actually on. Just given that we are playing a live patch, and I mean, I've barely played the new patch. It's been a week. I only have like 20 games under my belt. It's not great, and I feel like everyone else is just kind of taking what worked in the past season and trying to figure out what works in the next season, starting with that template.
20 games, man. I'm way under that bar. Maybe it's the play-by-play.
Do not check. Do not check
do
what
not
happened
check?
in those games. Nope, it was not good. Right. We were on the second account for a reason. We're going to put it that way.
Okay. I understand. Yeah. I understand the assignment now. But, you know, Fearless is going to be fun, obviously. But back to this LPL format. The thing that always just, like, especially for a team like Ultra Prime, who, you know, if you talk about the ladder of the best LPL teams, like where we expect them to finish, the fact that 2 teams from the LPL will just be done by the time we get to summer, do you feel like it kind of lights a fire under teams like Ultra Prime, some of those other teams they're expected to potentially be contending to not miss out on hundreds of games in the LPL the way they play? Yeah,
I mean, it's got to be. I think that the closest model we have to this is LEC chopping teams before playoffs hit. But even in that scenario, like it was like, hey, we're gonna play Split 2 and Split 3. You're gonna be back. You have a chance to compete. You can still compete for the championship they had last year. But yeah, the fact that you were just out, you got to start swinging early. And I know that I've talked a lot about Winter Split, the Fearless format globally. For me, being a little different, kind of feeling it out overall. And but that doesn't mean for these teams they can take it easy whatsoever. Every win matters starting now, and we'll see if Ultra Prime can stack up what would be a big upset today.
Yeah, you're going to look at the Ultra Prime roster. Wanzhong in the top lane, Junhao, jungle, Saber, mid lane, Wako, AD carry, and Rosie Love rounding out this roster. Cubby, what stands out to you with our 5 fierce competitors here from Ultra Prime?
It's got to be Wanzhong. I've seen too many good things about this guy just from him coming into the PCS, but frankly, we are looking to have a little bit more improvement out of Ultra Prime, because for me, this was a core that didn't exactly engage very well. Looking at Junhao and Rosie Love, it just didn't really sync up super well as a jungle support duo in the Demacia Cup, and I really feel like success for this team could really be based off of having these guys sync up together.
And their competitors on the other side, Weibo Gaming, Breathe in the top lane, Tian jungle, Xiaohu mid lane, as always, an LPL staple, Light and Hong round out the bottom lane. And for me, Gubby, I'm really excited to see how this bottom lane in particular between Light and Hong can develop, especially in this LPL format.
Yeah, Weibo, you look at this team, you know what you're going to get in Breathe and Light. We're pretty sure we know what we're going to get this split in terms of Xiaohu, but yeah, with Tian and Hong, these guys being able to sync up, I know that one of the criticisms last year about Weibo is that they didn't start games fast enough. This duo has the potential to really get the ball rolling 4 carries that we know are really consistent in the LPL. And so far, we've seen them put up good performances against, I would say, not super challenging teams. Obviously, Demacia Cup, they had a rather respectable run in that tournament, and a lot of it was based on how these two were able to sync up and play together in the jungle support. So looking to see more of that today against a jungle support duo that has struggled in the early season.
Very interested. It's always, there's some push and pull when you're early in the LPL seat split and you want to pull from Demacia Cup, right? I think there's a lot of interesting stories. It's like the sort of grain of salt ideology. You have teams like Thunder Talk, which we saw earlier, upset LNG in the Demacia Cup, and then they backed up their talk recently, taking LNG down in a best-of-5 full Fearless format once again. So on that side, you're thinking like teams like Thunder Talk can, really show up from Demacia Cup, and teams maybe can defy their Demacia Cup expectations. That's certainly what we're looking for from Ultra Prime. But let's get into some head-to-head conversation. We talked a little bit about the supports in Cubby. I know Rosie Love versus Hong was the matchup we both came into prepping for this broadcast talking about.
Yeah, and a big part of the reason why is that we've seen not so great performances out of Rosie Love and some really good performances out of Hong. So really hoping to see that continue. Again, we've talked a little bit here about Ultra Prime, that jungle support duo not really being able to sync up. It's a good example of that with just Junhao and Rosie Love picking different times and different targets to start the fight. Ended up being a rough fight for Ultra Prime. And this has been a trend that we've seen early on in the season. Again, this is Demacia Cup. We're on a different rift, different map this time around, so could change. But it does really feel like it was a struggle for these two to really get the ball rolling, especially for Rosie Love. Kind of looks like me out there with engages like that. So yeah, not a great start. But on the flip side, Hong's been really strong.
Hong has been very, very impressive with these engages, and we'll get a look at some of them, not only just from back in the this is what we talk about, right? When we're like, can you carry over your results from Demacia Cup? And Weibo, you saw, a ton of great engages out of Hong, especially in this matchup you're seeing against OMG. But even when they brought it over to the LPL in general, it's just been flawless. This quarterfinal, I think everybody is going to remember this Hong Nico engage that ended the game for a couple months at least, if this guy continues to produce for Weibo.
Yeah, a lot of people discussion in LPL early on in the season, Moham being caught flaming his teammates. Who knows? Maybe that was Hong's doing. Maybe he was just too good and tilted him early season, right? It wasn't like OMG had a disaster start to this one against Weibo. But no, in all seriousness, Hong, he's really been a support that has risen up early on in the scene. Someone that has been known to be very aggressive, especially level 1. We're going to look to see if those summoner spells are being used early on in lane to get advantages for him and Light. But I've been impressed. And when you pair that up with a jungler like Tien, who has hoisted LPL and World Championship trophies, you have the potential with the back of the good support to really have a banging jungle support duo, which I think is exactly what this team needs. Again, you know what you're going to get out of Breathe and Light. They're very consistent, solid players. So if you can put a spark behind that, it could be very promising for Weibo in this upcoming year.
Could not agree more myself, Cubby. I feel our predictions for tonight may reflect that we expect to see this Weibo gaming team continue.
I didn't fill out the prediction, I got to be honest, so I'm just going to say Weibo 3-1.
3-1. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what it's going to look like. I'm just going to say 3-1 because it's LPL and random things can happen.
That's a fair.
It is fair
criticism. Yes, but I did go with the Weibo sweep just so we're on the same page.
Okay. Also, it is harder to 3-0 in Fearless. I feel like that's
it is.
That's just my opinion. That's fair. You're forced to play different drafts, different styles. Can't just play the same things. So, we're gonna have to see what kind of impact that has. But we saw a lot of craziness with LPL trying to adopt a lighter form of Fearless in the first part of summer last year, that group stage they had. And I just remember watching LPL because there was no other league going on at the time. Like, man, this is not the LPL I'm used to. It's like the early aggression, it's just way more sloppy. There's less of it because I feel like they aren't drilling the same picks over and over. I think that's really important for LPL, the way they play the game. They need to play, get a lot of reps behind these champs, just given how aggressively they play them. And I'm really curious to see what kind of impact it has, especially on this league for the rest of the year. I think that it's something where I saw NACL teams take learnings from Fearless and that transition to LCS and like just other matchups and stuff that we liked that were figured out because they were forced from Fearless. And I'm really curious to see what kind of impact that has within LPL as a region throughout this year.
Certainly. Couldn't agree more myself. And it's intriguing, as we go forward with all these matches of the LPL, on these best of fives, these full fearless, on the new patch, like we get a bigger sample size, right? But I do think it is interesting, especially, I'm sure we'll get into it. This might be the segue into the Otacon discussions that we'll have, but the Ruinous versus Voracious, the Revive versus the Monster Buff, the early game action one versus the slower pace one. LPL has been really slow, and from all the games I've gotten to take a look at, a majority of them, we've seen that Voracious Otacon come out because, like you're talking about, these are slower early games, and I do think it's not just the new patch. I think it is what you're talking about with the Fearless format. Yeah. So I'm curious if that will continue to hold up here, because there are some I'm sure you're going to have them here, Cubby, opinions on actually which version of Otacon is much more overpowered to play for, because one of them in face value just seems like the bar none better one, but I feel like Voracious is actually, sneakily from a stats perspective, the much better one to actually gain over a whole game.
Yeah, it just kind of depends, because if you are able to utilize the Guardian Angel as well that you get from that form of Otacon, you can just end the game or get the game to a point where you snowball such a big lead from that power spike. It's really difficult for the other team to play or come back from that, because the ability to, again, just throw your bodies into the fight, not have to worry about dying. I mean, the consequence for like dying or what? You give away some gold and respawn in like 8 seconds, 5 seconds. It's ridiculous. So I think that there has been a big pushback from the player base about how strong this buff is. And I know I do want to credit Forrest, who's been tracking this. I believe the win rate for getting Otacon in solo queue is about 80%. And he's been tracking it in pro play across LCK Challengers League and LPL. And it's 80% or higher there as well. I think it's like 8-3 and 8-2 across the two leagues if you get that buff, if you are able to convert to win the game. And it's made for really big snowballing. I think the game right now, like in my humble opinion, is a little bit too snowbally. But I will say, I like something that I think pushes back against most community sentiment that I like a lot is actually the feats of strength and the boot buffs. Because now if you win an early game, you get like unique strength throughout the entirety of the game. It's not like you can. It makes it harder to strategically lose the early game and then slingshot your way back into the game later on. I do like that feature. So, feats of strength, it's just kind of unique eye candy. Whereas I feel like Otacon has been the thing that really impacts the game. But I do like feats of strength and what they've added so far.
Yeah, the immediate value of getting feats of strength, I feel, isn't like as high. It's almost like a later on reward. I have more the sentiment that the tier 3 boots are the ones that are like really overpowered. Obviously, they're kept behind the fact you have to have 2 legendary items when you come into them. But some of the like flat numbers that you get on, like the fact that the Sork shoes give you flat and percentage magic pen once you get to that tier 3 upgrade is pretty high. The plated steel caps, you get like 40 armor off these tier 3 boots, and then you get the shield on top of that. It's really, really big value, and I do think it's intriguing though, the fact, you're right? I agree with you. The snowballiness of the game is very high. The funny part here is, Riot in those patch notes preach time and time again that these changes are to slow the game down. Even the champion tweaks that as 80 carries were to slow the early game down. But
that's another story. 80 we could see mage bots. We've yet to see them, but they're really strong in solo queues. So something unexplored from the new patch.
We get to see the walkouts. Obviously, the LPL, very iconic for some of the awesome poses some of these guys like to hit when they come out. I haven't seen much of it yet here, and Weibo looking like they're all business today, trying to lock up a win here over Ultra Prime. They got one of those early series out of the way, a 3-0 over OMG. It would likely lock them up in one of those top 2 spots to move on.
Oh, I like that. We're pointing to the team logo. We got some flair there. Big fan. We'll see if Ultra Prime is up to the challenge to take down Weibo Gaming, a team that is I feel like really risen up the ranks of LPL in terms of where they've been finishing. These guys have always proven that they are a contender in this league of late, and excited to see if that can continue. And I mean, if you want to be a contender, we know this from our joint fandom of Football Slayer. You got to take care of business against teams that you should be taking care of business against. I feel like this is definitely the scenario today for Weibo Gaming, and we'll see if they're up to the challenge.
Could not agree more. My Eagles certainly took care of business and have only compounded my nerves.
I was going to make a joke based on, the Weibo and Ultra Prime, the social media fun that we've had, not on Weibo, that site, but on Twitter, or X for us English users. I just want to say our favorite teams, the Eagles and the Bears, both did beat up on the Packers the last 2 weeks.
That's true.
Yeah, it could have been us.
You guys, bruise them up a little bit, and then we just I mean, it was a hospital on the field in that game. I honestly started feeling bad in that game.
It was tough. It was tough.
Something we're not going to have to deal with in our format here. Hopefully everybody's wrists are loose between our two teams, Weibo Gaming and Ultra Prime. We'll start with the faded 1v1 coming soon here. Now, it is important to mention that once we see Howling Abyss likely go back to normal Howling Abyss, these 1v1s are supposed to be played on Howling Abyss with the shrinking sort of battle royale zone that you expect from, Battle Royale. Shrinking zones, and then it has the 2-kill, 100 CS per minute first turret, no recalling sort of style. That is not what we're going to get here yet, because we are not here to Howling Abyss. So the interesting thing here, Cubby, is the 1v1 meta that we're learning now might just kind of completely change once we shift to the one they're expecting to do.
Yeah, so far, the 1v1 meta, or whatever's going on, it's been... I feel like people are staying within their role, what they're playing. And we just see some stronger early game champs emerge. Like, we've seen a little bit of Caitlyn, a little bit of Yasuo. We'll be curious to see. Place in the top lane, which is a bit of a twist. I've seen a couple 1v1s happen there, and then a couple mid.
Yeah, my last one was in the top. The couple I've seen were in the top lane.
Yeah.
I
saw one mid.
Yeah, I got Corki versus Renekton from Thunder Talk and LNG, and it was their top player. So it was Zika and Hoya. They were going at it. So
I like how you say "I got" like as a gotcha roll. I like we're rolling what kind of unique traits we get for this 1v1.
I would like a more unique 1v1 than range versus melee, because that was a snoozer until Zika got his level 6 and just flashed on Corki, who didn't take flash, and I was like, oh, all right, well,
all right, here goes
Gragas, Rumble.
I gotta say, all the marksman bans, like, it makes me tempted to just we took away some of the Caitlyn counters. I know this is obviously a blind going on, but for Wonjong, I'm wondering if he wants to pull out any spice. I mean, we've yet to really see Annie be used in 1v1s. That's a great 1v1 champion. Yeah, you have to see it, but
Rumble locked in. So Wonjong will be rocking the Rumble. Xiaohu. Did I cast it? Oh, okay, so it's Corki range versus melee again for me. Great. That's
all right.
Now the interesting conversation here is going to be summoners, because before we were talking about, when I was with Jamada, how the fact that when we saw Hoya play the Corki, he didn't take cleanse or flash to respect the Renekton all-in, and that's what ultimately cost him it. This matchup,
gotta have exhaust for Corki.
You definitely do, but
Corki
you don't
needs exhaust.
You don't need like a big summoner to kind of like break. There's no like big CC to set up the combo here from Rumble. So I am curious to see. I expect different summoners. Maybe we'll just get the straight Giga Chad Ignite Exhaust from Xiaohu.
I think that'd be okay. The big thing for me is I don't think you actually really need flash. Getting over the harpoon is nice, but the exhaust is very important, because the Rumble all-in is going to be overheat, flash on your face, go from there. You need exhaust to deal with that. I'm wondering if that and Vel could be enough, or if there's going to be flash as well taken for the Corki. I think that's the first one. And then also, curious if we get any PTA. I know it's not a typical rune that we see out of Corki on the Rift, but if you're ranged into melee, you need to win early. I think PTA brings Corki a lot of power, boost up his E damage as well in that Gatling gun, so it could be really good.
That's what Hoya took. So
yeah,
right behind you in that logic. But are we feeling Xiaohu taking this one? I mean, this guy's not LPL GOAT.
You know what? I'm going to go with Wonjong. We're going to keep on mixing up what we expect out of the predictions. I'm going to take the Rumble.
You take the Rumble. All right. So it is important to mention, like we were talking about, it doesn't really. We'll see what lane we get. I've seen recalls. Like, recalls have happened, and which still hurts me. Like, I just feel like 1v1s, like, we shouldn't be recalling, but they do happen, and I'm very confident we will get into the farm battle here, because if we see a safe Rumble here out of Wonjong, we're just gonna get Xiaohu farming his way to 100 here and winning the 1v1.
Yeah, it could be. Curious to see what ends up happening. I will say, uniquely for this Xiaohu, we've got top and mid experience, little OP in the 1v1s, playing forever. Probably played those 1v1s and All-Stars all the way back when too, you know?
Oh, I miss them.
He's well equipped. Well equipped for this.
I always, what was the, who did Faker? I remember Faker and Bjerg. Did they go mirror match? Were mirror matches allowed back then?
Yes, one of my favorite memories of this was actually Froggen. He would play the 1v1s to get to 100 CS because he was known for farming well.
Right.
And he handshaked Anivia with Faker and beat him going tank Anivia, which is an old build. Diving in, looks like we have the flash. Yahoo. So he's going to take flash in order to respect the all-in. Meanwhile, the Chad summoner spells that you were looking for from Wonjong, Exhaust and Ignite.
Yeah, but I feel like your logic of the Rumble needs to like overheat flash on. Like this is this just not going to be Xiaohu just poking Wonjong down and not ever allowing him to really all in on this Rumble? And we can already see, welcome to range versus melee, and Xiaohu takes a pretty good trade. Minions are not coming up the lanes just yet, though, so both of them are going to opt for a tactical reset already.
We'll see. I kind of with you. I'm surprised that Rumble doesn't have flash, and there's no way to really close the gap with the Valk and the flash from Corki. You're going to almost have to bait out one of them if you do want to hit that overheat all in. And it takes some time, especially in early levels, to get back up to the overheat. Like if you were to overheat once and then to get back there, that might be enough time for Valk to come back up. So I will look out for that. I think the window for Wonjong is going to be really short there. Probably like a 5 to 8 second window that he's going to have to hit if he wants to connect on this 1v1. And then for Xiaohu, of course, with this Conquer, I think we're just going to be manicuring the waves, getting our farm, and trying to push him all the way in and burn him out to 100 CS.
Tried and true, but not the entertaining method to go nonetheless. But it does force us to break a classic caster rule of doing math on screen. We'll see how well Wonjong can catch these waves as they stack up. It is important to mention that with those many changes to the new season, much harder to freeze waves. They do a lot more % health damage towards specifically each other, and it should make it hard for Xiaohu to really keep Wonjong off a lot of these waves as they crash, but he does end up missing one of his first 2 waves worth of minions. But this is where you're gonna make the money. How many can? Oh, it is a rough spot for Wonjong. If we're talking the farm numbers so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be down, but it's okay. You're just going to have to find a way to play your way back into this one. And again, all-in threat should be in the hands of the Rumble still, so just going to be about how Xiaohu can manage that.
See how he can nonetheless, but I still am just very fearful that Wonjong has backed himself into a corner that is going to be very hard to come out of. With the fact he can't really all in into this Corki without a real big mistake from Xiaohu. And he's just going to slowly fall behind more and more CS. Down about 4 right now as the first cannon wave comes in.
Yeah, it's all right. We still got some time. I honestly like being down 4. It's not terrible. Burning the overheat there, that is tough.
Coming out.
Okay, yeah. Again, overheat, that is the real key for Wonjong. Any time that he... that's the timer that he needs to have any chance to win this lane.
Okay. Still, okay, we're going to miss the last caster, so lead grows by 1 in this fast-paced action 1v1. 5 CS lead for Xiaohu as we continue to just farm it out. I mean, if you're Wonjong, are you just locked into you can never even try and reset to maybe get an item advantage here because you'll just lose too much with the way these waves are playing, right?
Probably not. Fortunately, with Rumble, the scrap shield and what I'm going to assume is potentially a second win is being taken secondary, might be okay, or could be enough to at least sustain through early Corki. As yeah, it's actually a nice trade right there. So at least managing to get back into this one a little bit, but again, that 100 CS mark for Xiaohu could be too easy.
Does have the Conquer instead of
Nice
TTAL.
dodge.
Wonjong sees an angle to go in here. Drops the Ignite. Xiaohu going to use the Valkyrie to create some distance. Drops the Exhaust just to make sure he does not go down to the Flame Splitter as the overheat ticks off. And both opponents walk away with pretty low HP bars.
Yeah, so for me, Xiaohu there actually kind of broke a cardinal sin of 1v1s, which is you never want to allow the opponent to dodge forward on an ability. That Phosphorus Bomb, Wonjong stepped under it, was able to step up, dodged out on it. And that trade, Ignite for Exhaust, I think well worth it for Wonjong. Because now that Exhaust if the Velk's down from Xiaohu, which he's kind of low mana, might actually be able to hit the all-in here.
And that's the one difference that I'm glad you pointed out, Cubbies. The mana problem's not going to be an issue here for Wonjong. Going to be for Xiaohu, and he is going to look to take that reset, sitting only about 4 minions up and already sniffed out here by Wonjong. And wow, this has really turned on its head off of one misstep.
Yeah, it was a nice bait, though, here from Xiaohu, as he was able to at least bluff the recall so that the Rumble pushed this in. This is a scary wave because there's no 6 yet on the Corki, but Wonjong not going to go for the all-in with the equalizer advantage. Instead, going to pull the wave again and at least threaten Xiaohu. I feel like now at this point that 6 has been hit is going to have to reset, but continues to play this game of chicken. And as long as Wonjong pops the Q, it's going to allow Xiaohu to kind of greed and stay his way in here.
He's built up a decent amount of mana back, but he's only going to burn through that with the Rocket Barrage available. So being zoned off the wave as Wonjong continues to perfectly CS these minions as they come. Stacking up a bit of a wave for Xiaohu, but Wonjong is not going to let that stack up too much to give any room to push out, and down goes the equalizer. Don't get a ton of value off that damage. Wonjong trying to get the overheat going, puts the exhaust down onto Xiaohu, who is holding on to his flash for dear life. The overheat not going to come across just yet. Good dodge on a couple of those rockets, though. Going to hit the slow comet damage. Keep in mind, though, Xiaohu is missing a ton of minions under turret as he is forced to walk back around to lane from river.
Yeah, and this gets Rumble a pretty nice reset as well. I thought Wonjong might have been able to go for it there, but of course, still respecting the fact that Xiaohu has flash, did burn the exhaust. Ignite is coming off cooldown, though. And yeah, this game of cat and mouse getting a little interesting, as Xiaohu doesn't have enough mana for Valkyrie. So if Wonjong is able to pull this wave... Oh, never mind, he's going to overheat. And I think we might just have a handshake on the resets here. You got to pull the trigger on this one if you're Xiaohu.
I like it. He saw that that last rocket left both of those 2 cast minions very, very low, about 1 HP. So maybe recognizing he's able to grab the creep score advantage by a narrow 3. Going to go with the plated steel caps versus the, I believe that's the Hex Drinker for the...
Yep.
So a little bit extra shielding for Xiaohu.
Rumble going to try and use his base damage to get through the Corki. I will say that with Hex Drinker, Corki does bring some mixed damage to the table with the Phosphorus Bomb, so this buy for me is just okay. For Wonjong, I would have preferred to see the Amp Tone rather than the Ruby Crystal, but I think he's just going to play War of Attrition and see if he can win.
Trying to cut down the angle once more. Xiaohu going to drop the Phosphorus Bomb. Ignite comes back up, and Wonjong once again drops it onto Xiaohu's head. Wave crashing back towards Xiaohu, though. And he should be able to actually, if he gets these perfect, reclaim that creep score lead.
If it does come down to the final wave, as our creep score right here is really close, Rumble will be able to kill the last wave and get to 100 first if it does come down to that, just given the kit. So that could be something really important to look for. That would mean that Xiaohu has to force an all-in at some point. So the way that Wonjong played this earlier on, by getting his way back into this 1v1, might force Xiaohu to all-in before 100 creeps does get hit.
Xiaohu does have his exhaust coming back up now, so there is that summoner advantage.
Yeah.
He has the double summoner advantage as the creep score lead narrows to 2 for Wonjong. So maybe we'll see Xiaohu force something with his summoner. He's going to Valkyrie forward. There's the exhaust. Flashes out of the equalizer as well, but by doing so, he flashes down and allows Wonjong to escape with his life.
Rocket, stall recall, yeah. Wonjong going to have to cancel. So Xiaohu, again, taking control of this lane a little bit. And going to have a recall on a cannon wave, which will help Wonjong not miss quite as much, but it still will be Xiaohu with the lead after this.
Without a doubt. Does Xiaohu take this time to reset himself after crashing this wave? I would assume so.
Are you allowed to take plants?
That's a good question. I don't know.
All right, we're going to assume no, because if I'm him, I look for I see a plant there in the topside river, right below the crab. I would have went for that plant and been able to stick it, but not going to be the case, as Xiaohu going to pick up a mana crystal and 4 pots.
Wow, that's as much of a gamble as we can get.
No, he's not recalling again. I actually think this is right. There's just Xiaohu's not going to press B for the rest of the time, and he's going to try and make sure that he beats Rumble one way or another. That health pool with the Biscuit and the 4 pots is actually quite big. So if this does go the distance, I do favor Xiaohu.
Wave stacking up for him as well as he gets back. He's down. If he's able to once again get a perfect wave claimed, we'll be down just 1 creep score. Solid damage, though, with the Phosphorus Bomb rocket combo onto Wonjong. So he does have the refillable, so a bit of sustain for him as well. But it's very important that Xiaohu is able to claim all 4 of these minions as we are fastly approaching that 100 CS threshold.
Again, it's going to be even, but you can see even here, Wonjong's going to have access to the wave first, and that equalizer to burn down the wave is big. So I do think that Xiaohu might be pressured to do something, and if I'm Xiaohu, I'd start to look to trade. Just use the health bars that you have. Oh, nice dodge.
Yeah, Wonjong is about to get his Ignite, and there's the exhaust and the Ignite. Equalizer not going to land. Xiaohu trying to kite back desperately, but he's running out of HP. Couple more autos. It was close, but Wonjong able to claim the 1v1 win and grant Ultra Prime side selection.
Oh, that was a little sweaty there for a 1v1. Kind of close.
Yeah.
And I got to say, I think the decision for Wonjong to all in, yes, he did with the R, but that Valk, it did get Xiaohu over an Electric Harpoon, but did put him in a poor position for the rest of the fight, and that was all that Wonjong needed to take that one down. And for all the pots that Xiaohu was sitting on, that might have been the right call, too.
Yeah, I think that's what he recognized. I think he recognized the double summoner advantage, too. He had the exhaust and the Ignite come back up with no flash. I mean, that was the one thing we were most worried about, is that Wonjong was just going to struggle to really cut down the angle to get all that overheat damage out. And there was no better time than when that flash is off cooldown.
And now we can all take that to our solo queue games, right? Corki versus Rumble top. Just what we want the new season, yeah.
You start with it and you let me know how it goes, and then,
all right.
Then I'll do it. On that second account that we don't like, that we're not supposed to be speaking about?
Yeah, with the 33% win rate or something like that, anyway.
I didn't look the number up. You said it out loud yourself, all right? So,
all right.
Cannot come back at me. So, are you expecting a lot of blue side selections I've been seeing off these 1v1 wins for Game 1? You feeling that for Ultra Prime?
I think blue side. My theory on Fearless Draft is that you have to, like, especially in this format, you have to use the blinds for yourself. Blue side has more blind pick as well as power pick potential. You want blue early on in a series, and then when some of the good blinds are gone, red side can be more valuable later on. It's funny because when it was the Fearless format where it was the champs were only banned away from you, I liked red side better early because you could play unique answers and then save the blinds later on. But now I think it's a little bit flipped where I really favor blue side. You get access to that B1 pick. Use some of the blinds that might be popular or very useful in Fearless that can be difficult. Make sure that you get your hands on them yourselves, and then you can swap later on.
It's going to be... There's also the philosophy approach that I think is always fun with Fearless. We're going to note back to, LNG is once again here. Game 1, they won the 1v1. They went blue side. That they decided to go for that, logic. Yeah, the Vlad, right? They're like, okay, let's throw pocket picks out now so that we can lean back on some of our more pocket picks later. Which I like that logic a lot more in the softer Fearless format because I think that works a lot better in soft. It could be more of a gamble when you play the full Fearless. Those pocket picks you love might just get picked away in Game 1, and then it's like, well, we didn't even get them in the first place.
Yeah. I gotta say, it's something where the Panth Vlad comp was very unique. Somehow that won. I'm not sure how Vlad is winning games here in the LPL, but he is. I am not expecting to see that a lot, but I will say that with Fearless, you just have to be ready to have answers, and also have to be ready to have a deeper blind pool, because you never know what side you're going to be on later on in the series, and the popular champs expect to use them while they're up, so definitely an element of Fearless that is still being explored by these teams, and we'll see how it evolves.
We have evolved to the draft finally, game number 1 of potentially 5 Fearless matches. Ultra Prime going to start on that blue side, as Cubby so eloquently predicted. Orianna, Poppy bans coming down, and the classic LPL denial. I don't know the exact rate, but man, have I seen Skarner banned in just about every game so far.
Fortunately, I do, Slayer. Skarner has been banned in every single game.
100%.
You are correct. The only champ with 100% presence, and it's because it's on the ban list. The only way you're going to get there at Fearless. So, yeah. I also got to say, I like the respect being paid towards TN. His Poppy is fantastic. I think that's a really nice ban here from Ultra Prime. I'm curious if they're going to set up any potential jungle pick like a Vi early on with that Poppy being taken away. But out of all the OP champs that are up, Ashe is on the board. Not only is it a good pick for Wako, but also a good deny from Light and Weibo, as Light's used that champion very well.
Interesting to see what the response looks like from Light nonetheless. Ashe sometimes gets matched by another sort of, setup-oriented AD carry. The Varus Ashe matchup happens a lot, I seem to see. We'll see if Light decides to lean into that. Right now, though, a classic Vi pairing anew. We see the Aurora paired up with Vi, the immediate response from Weibo, and a classic blind blue side Cassante. This is a pretty stock standard but strong blue side, I would say, from Ultra Prime. As, hey, there's some draft points for me if this one gets locked in.
We like the draft points here on the caster desk. Real quick,
especially the play-by-plays.
Yeah, always nice to snag those when you can, you know? Ultra Prime already have a bit of an identity to peel, whereas Weibo is showing dive early on in this draft. I like the Varus. I'm curious if it ends up being poke Varus to try and utilize some range and that over-the-top damage that is so strong from him in order to reach whatever target that Vi is going for. But it's interesting. I'm curious if we even see a Renekton ban thrown out, because, yeah, Renekton, the Cassante matchup that we're all really familiar with, but can struggle into Ashe Braum later on if any sort of lead is picked up by the Ashe Braum, because you just get kited and peeled for days. So interested to see what the case is there. And also, of course, that Aurora can still be top 2. So a little bit of flexibility for Weibo on their side going into the second phase of draft.
Complete tangent here. I want to get. I actually, the more I'm looking at the Ultra Prime guys in the background, I'm kind of loving the royal purple jumpsuit vibe we got going on for them.
I like the purple. The shade of purple's nice.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been getting some jersey leaks so far for our home region, LTA North. They're starting to come out, and I gotta say, jersey game this split hasn't been quite as good as I was hoping for. So
I feel like the golden days are behind us in those. I feel like
there are still some good ones, but yeah, we're gonna see what's up moving forward. That's it. Moving forward in the draft, Victor, take it away. Victor got hit by the micro patch, but still a pick that is very strong, and teams are going for.
Zyra being thrown as a jungle ban for Junhao, so that one is a bit of a pocket pick here. Maybe signaling that we could see the AP come out here in the jungle instead of Saber for an extra bit of oomph. Rakan and Jace bans round out, though, from Ultra Prime, and the classic Rel from Hong. Gonna lock in the bottom lane for Light and Hong. A lot of setup, a ton of setup. Just setup galore here for Weibo.
Yeah, a lot of big R keys for Weibo Gaming, as the Aurora Between Worlds gonna try and send Ultra Prime to the grave with everything else they have behind it. We'll say more peel interrupt. I like the Wukong here. Okay matchup into the Vi. Needs to scale a little bit, but you can play that engage with it. I still think Ultra Prime is lacking main engage, but also with all that engage showing for Weibo, Wukong also can peel very well. So I like this pick a lot here, actually, for Junhao in this scenario.
This is a very big spot here for Saber. However, two champions, I think, accomplished two very different things. He's going to lock in the Akali. The Azir would have really harnessed that peel back identity alongside the Ashe, but I do like having a backline threat, because you never want to leave Light untouched, and it's going to be hard for them to get to Light in a lot of scenarios unless you have that Akali. So expect to see Saber constantly trying to be that flanker for a comp that's going to try and play, like you mentioned, Cubby, so much slower in these fights.
Yeah, and that and Bessa, for me, really solidifies the fact. I think it's going to be poke Varus, and Bessa brings enough damage for a fight if she's able to live, and there's a real lack of CC on Ultra Prime to help deal with and Bessa. So I think it's a really good use of 5 pick there from Breathe and Weibo, and we'll see if he can play with that new champ that has been so good in the early season to great heights, because frankly, nothing's stopping Bessa in this draft. So going to be really tough to peel that champion back.
It's the battle of dashes at the top lane, right?
Yeah.
Cassante was the first dash meme, and boy, if you let those Mbessa cooldowns and combos go, it is another level. Ultra Prime, though, looking to kick their game up to another level if they want to threaten in this Group B. Know a better way to get an edge up on both Weibo and OMG, who are swept out by WBG. Then finding what would be the biggest upset of the LPL so far in my mind, and we are getting set to head to the Rift soon for game number 1.
Excited to dive in and see if we can get that big upset. Demacia Cup was packed with some surprises, but we haven't really seen that yet.
Except for TT.
Yeah. I mean, was it really a surprise, though, Slayer, if you saw the Demacia Cup results, huh?
That's what I was trying to tell
I know.
Jamada, and it was not relenting. And then, well, results-based analysis always proves right.
Well, 1xN Feather playing some good league there for TT, so excited to see if that can continue. But hey, Ultra Prime trying to turn the tides themselves from last year. It didn't have the best look in Demacia Cup, and as you highlighted, good chance to take down an expected top dog of LPL in Weibo Gaming, making their debut here, or I should say second game in Split 1. The OMG series, it was quick. I think Ultra Prime's going to try and last a little bit longer than that.
We hope to have ourselves a very, very fun 5-game split. The classic cinematics showing off the new Noxus-based Rift as we finally head on here. And we'll start to see if we get those, a lot of new changes. We've had a ton of lane swapping. Cubby, are we expecting it here? I feel like there's not a direct bottom lane that you really want to lane swap out of, though, in this matchup.
Yeah, but I think that you want to lane swap the Cassante versus the Ambessa just because Cassante deals better in that scenario with less resources. So for me, it's Weibo Gaming trying to guess that that's going to be the setup with light position here on the top side.
We'll have to see how it manifests. Looks like both bottom lanes are actually heading straight towards each other. So Weibo have called the neutral lane assignment bluff here, and Ambessa and Breathe will get that pretty coveted matchup on the bot side.
Yeah, I also want to highlight, I was teasing the fact that it could be a poke Varus. Does look to be that standard on-hit Varus. Poke Varus did see some nerfs going into the new season. It was a very popular pick for Demacia Cup. This Varus will have a little bit of a harder time interacting with this game, just with less range, but there is nothing like really terrible for him, and also will be very good at ripping through the Cassante, the Braum, the Wukong, the 3 champions that do get very tanky if light is given space.
And that's why I really like it, just to play into what I would also consider Light's really big strength, and is, as I've heard the great Hulk Battery say, glideability on these 80 carries. Definitely Light, one of the titular characters in that aspect. Both junglers starting on these mirrored clears. Good hawk shot comes out there from Wako to immediately spot Tian on his clear down. So a little bit of advantage for Ultra Prime. Not like it's a far from standard clear, but they have that information nonetheless.
Yeah, so far it's just mirrored, and it is good to see the Ashe Braum throwing their weight around a little bit early, especially against this iteration of Varus. You do somewhat get a double range setup down here, which is nice. Just the Ashe outranges a little bit, and the Braum Q is really good for harass early on in the lane. So, yeah, overall, I would say the Ultra Prime did somewhat get the bot lane match if they wanted to. They didn't get the portion where they do starve out the Ambessa if you are able to find that 2v1 setup. So something to look out for later on is, again, I think Ambessa in that 5-pick slot is going to be a really big problem for Ultra Prime later on in this game. Just really don't see how they're going to be able to deal with this champion.
It's important to start to keep, understanding these new big changes, especially when it comes to those ever awesome graphics packages that continue to grow as more buffs and additions come to the game. Those 3 feats of strength golds, you can see them below the 2 teams at the top of the scoreboard here, with the ever-present one being First Blood, and we might just see it as both junglers make their way to the lane. Xiaohu under threat, gonna have to flash over the shuriken from Saber, but here's the response from Tian, going for Wanjiang, who is way too far up with his wave pushed in. Gonna wait out the flash, the Vault Breaker gonna land. Nice. Great patience for the Weibo Gaming jungler, and 1 flash secures First Blood. And the first feat of strength here for Weibo, but the bottom lane's getting handsy as well, as Hong full flashes in, does not stun up Wako, and now the Ashe slows are really starting to stack. Hong should fall to lethal tempo, and the Braum stun is going to force Light to cleanse out himself. We'll be able to get back towards that turret, but will he find the trade? The piercing arrow falls just short.
Yeah, Hong misses on his engage. The Q did not land on Wako, so Ultra Prime able to turn that around in the top lane as the 2v2 is winning. And meanwhile, of course, we did see Tien got that ball rolling. Did spend a lot of our time before the series started talking about the importance of these jungle support duos for each of the teams. Ultra Prime, Demacia Cup, not really having the performance they wanted to in those 2 roles, whereas we did see some really good signs out of Tien and Hong that have done a good job of getting the ball rolling. Did see Tien do that successfully in that gank bot side. Meanwhile, Hong not exactly connecting with that early game aggression we're used to seeing from him, and the top side is getting another look.
I don't know how much of another look we really want here.
Yeah.
It's a good idea, right? He's expecting Wako to flash, just not expecting Wako to flash so straight towards his turret.
I mean, it looks like he reacted to it. Just straight up missed the skill shot. I understand waiting for the flash. Also, you're looking to remove the barrier, which Rel's Q does. So, yeah, it makes sense strategically from Hong, but just not well executed. And at this level, I know we haven't been the kindest to Ultra Prime so far, but can't make mistakes like that at this level or else you will get punished.
Can't make those mistakes in the LPL no matter who you are playing against. Now, Wako starting to stack up one hell of a wave here. Good vision, though, in that topside jungle from Weibo, as they are ahead in that feats of strength, goal-oriented play style. Just need that second one of 3. It looks like we're going to trade of those epic monsters from the 2 junglers, as Tian is going to start up on the dragon, and Junhao should have no trouble with his bot lane shoving in that topside wave, grabbing the 3 grubs.
I think this is A-okay here for each of our teams. Of course, for Tian, Vi uniquely with the Denting Blows passive gets through Dragon quite quickly. So I think it just makes sense based on where the prio is for each of our squads. And so far, we'll see if Ultra Prime can do anything with these first set of grubs. Grubs still very determinative of how you can push in the meta in the mid game. And I think that with the first 3, all 3 going over to Ultra Prime, eyes on Weibo to see how they can test that second spawn of grubs. It really isn't a question of if you get the first 3, it is how. As you are forced to respond because 5-6 grubs, again, at this level, we've seen teams do way too much with that. Whoa. Saber's going to follow up on Xiaohu. He's down flash.
Mid. Oh, Cease and Desist going to follow the flash there from Saber. The Cyclone getting the knockup, but Xiaohu cannot follow his jungler. So despite the flash not getting him away from Tian, it actually sets up a trap and gets another kill for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, we don't even see Between Worlds cast as Tian being kind of baited over the wall there. Great flash from Saber as on the Akali very mobile in these fights and able to use it to manipulate the terrain to put Tian in a really tough position. So well played so far. A couple good looks from Ultra Prime.
You get the fruit bearing from grabbing that flash earlier out of Xiaohu. Gotta think if he has that summoner, he's following his jungler with that ult like you were talking about.
Yep.
But just did not have the assets to do so. Kill going over as well to Junhao, so starting to get some gold lead building up here for Ultra Prime.
Do you want to credit Junhao a little bit on that? As we're going to see an answer here from Xiaohu. Saber.
Xiaohu, one of the LPL legends, right on time. Should have find this kill onto Saber. Should with a couple more stacks of that passive. Why not take it safe and get it done with the auto attacks? There's Xiaohu on the board is the Weibo giving bottom lane next to Tian. Level that bottom lane advantage for Ultra Prime. With a snap of a fingers, Weibo are back in control.
I got Rosie Love's flash, too. Of course, kill going over on 2 of the carries here for Ultra Prime. Do want to see how that, or hope we get to see how that top play evolved. Second off, but man, kind of a weird death from Saber and too bad as just didn't have enough gas in the tank to get that wave in. Was going for that and then trying to get a reset. But yeah, not the case. Xiaohu able to punish. And that's too bad because it was a really nice play from Saber to bait Tian over the wall, make that play happen, and then follows it up with a bit of a dud. As, yeah, that E just not good. Out of mana. Again, just really fighting for the wave, but didn't dodge anything from Xiaohu. Of course, saved that Between Worlds from the last fight. And that was enough for Xiaohu to get the 1v1, and Saber just didn't have enough to get that wave all the way in safely.
No ult, no flash, not off a reset. Here's that top or bottom lane skirmish.
Ooh, very nice.
Hong redeems himself is the story.
Very nice. Yeah, that was beautiful by Hong. Really good Hex Flash. Ultra Prime, I don't know if they saw Rel go into the brush or not, but not great positioning from them to stack up like that. You do want to be a little bit more split up in that lane, especially going up against a Rel. So really good punish from Weibo as Hong snuck his way into that brush, used the fog very well to get solid 2v2 and get Weibo back in control of that win.
See how much they use this newfound power to try and play towards that top side. Is those grubs you marked, Cubby, as a big importance are coming up soon here, and the vision is just, there are so many warriors from Ultra Prime dedicated to covering the top river specifically right now.
Yeah, 40 seconds still, the upcoming grubs. Those could be important. The big change, though, is because that top play went the way of Weibo, that bot lane isn't stuck getting peppered under tower. Light has that sustain with a Vamp Scepter. and they have a bit of a XP advantage after that 2v2 as well, if you take a look at the scoreboard. So actually able to step up and get their own prio in this lane, whereas the first grub spawn, that was not the case. It was Ultra Prime with their own prio. And that just might be enough for Tian to get in here, manicure these brushes to get the wards out. Xiaohu has shove as he also found a kill in the mid lane. I'm curious at this point even, like, how much do Ultra Prime want to contest this? You got to believe that they're going to fight it to try and at least get one grub, but the positioning and the map play for Weibo far better for them as they set up this objective.
And even coming the summoner advantage, right? You still got 2 suns off Rosie Love, no barrier, flash just coming up from Wako. Still some flashes coming around. Will Weibo have all of their summoners available, but they are going to respect and come off the grubs at first, with Junhao joining up with his bottom lane, trying to just force the issue top side, but Tian and Xiaohu trying to see just how far Saber wants to loom away from his mid lane. His top laners, per usual, are slugging it out, but we got to see how this top lane grub take develops. That is a flash out of Breathe. Respect to Wenzhong.
Yeah, that flash is going to keep him in the lane, actually, with Wenzhong taking 2 tower shots, but a lot of time being spent topside. That will be 1 grub secured, and we have to engage.
I'm going to go in, only going to snap the Braum. We have a TP coming in the background. Rosilov able to get back towards his AD carry. Now Hong is just caught in the middle, and Junhao is going to execute him with the Cyclone. In with the CSS goes Tian. The turn with Xiaohu here. Tons of damage dropped through, but the Akali drops into the Shroud. You try perfect execute, gets the Braum stun on the Tian. Down he goes, and now Xiaohu's got no help until Breathe flies in with the public execution. Gets one of his own. Wenzhong able to trade out the AD carry as the split fight manifests itself, but Saber is too far away from his solo lane ally, forced out of the river, and Xiaohu has no intention of stopping the chase here. The Shroud should be enough for Saber to escape to safety, but a bloody first fight to kick off this game 1.
Yeah, frankly, Xiaohu came to the rescue for that fight as TPs from everywhere to contest the grubs. Big thing for Ultra Prime. They did secure 1. So yes, the fight was slightly not in their favor with where everything ended up, but they don't have to contest these grubs anymore. They could just play hard for the dragon. It looks like that might be the call, as we see double control wards and Junhao on that side of the map. Tian also trying to contest. I'm really curious that they haven't taken away those next 2 grubs. I know Breathe is stuck under his turret, but you gotta imagine that denying the 6 is still important. And with cooldowns being down, I mean, massive a fight, but taking a look, Hong finds the engage onto the flashless Braum, which is not the best case, and I love how Rosie Love interrupts Vi, but then how they split up in the back half here. Wako's positioned pretty well, where he respects Xiaohu going in, waits it all out, and then has a big impact on the back half of this fight. And the initial engage that came down wasn't really big enough for Weibo to win. It was really Breathe and Xiaohu to the rescue with these TPs that helped make sure they were able to get a slight advantage for themselves to go back to live, and the fights continue.
Ooh, Ash Arrow down on Tian. Gets knocked up by the Braum. The power of the Frailordy and ultimates holding the Weibo jungler at bay as the Vault Breaker himself out to safety. As Ultra Prime are going to grab that second dragon. They are now 1 epic monster away from grabbing that first goal. And like you talked about, Cubby, if they get back up towards those grubs because Junhao secured 1, they could just sneak the goal all alone on themselves right now.
And honestly, that's huge and must needed. They missed out on first blood, so that would keep the feats of strength close if they were able to get up there. Again, really surprised that Weibo decided to contest that objective down sums. Or not just down sums, but down R's. So we talked about how important the R keys are for Weibo in executing their comp, making sure that this initial engage they have is big. Contesting that objective down some, maybe it was them trying to read Ultra Prime, just saying, okay, we're going to sack 6 grubs and go dragon. I'm not exactly sure, but kind of just curious they didn't try and deny these grubs at all, because that would have been really big for setting the timer back.
Wenzhong, trap set, ultimates committed, all ultimates, and Wenzhong gets popped, unlike Casante's usually, and that should give Weibo enough control to make sure no Monster Slayer goal here for Ultra Prime.
Oh, I was not expecting that damage to go down on Casante, but that is, I guess, Ambessa with Eclipse can put down some good damage, and we did tease before this game started that Ambessa really has potential to rip through the composition for Ultra Prime. Again, not a lot of great CC to help deal with Ambessa throughout these fights. Can walk it out with Ashe, but that's tough with all the mobility that Ambessa has and all the pressure that the rest of Weibo's composition is going to put down onto a champion like Ashe. So I think the fact that Breathe sitting pretty at 2-0-1, honestly, the best person for me where that gold could be for Weibo moving forward in this game. So I do think that Weibo, I know the resources are close, but where Weibo has the resources allocated, I think a little bit better for them.
It's a little bit extra sweeter because, like you talked about with Mbessa and honestly Aurora, depending on the flank, they have their own setup mechanic abilities, so you don't worry that they won't be put in a good position by the rest of Weibo to dole out the damage with these leads that they both accrued. Especially knowing, you know, the pedigree of Xiaohu, they're going to find their ways to make sure they use the most out of this Mbessa and Aurora. As we did see in the background, Ultra Prime grabbed first turret, so it's going to come down to that coveted Monster Slayer goal to figure out who's going to get those feats of strength.
Yeah, that, I mean, Rift Herald spawns here in a couple seconds. Could be big. I do see Tian on the top side of the map so far, but with Wako and Rosueld in mid first, priority for this wave will at least be contested. We'll see about the next one when Light gets in position if Weibo wants to pull the trigger. Xiaohu's already roamed up, so that's big for Weibo. Here we go.
Set up a flanking zone as Tian does go in. They get the Season Assist down, and they have Wako marked. No Glacial Fissure will save that Ash as Wako drops off. One's Zhang going to teleport in. Response coming as well here from Breathe. But Tian is holding his own. In flies Saber with the perfect execution. Does get Tian down, drops into the Shroud, gets himself a second kill on the recast as well. One Zhang on the all-out form trying to really dole out the damage, but Breathe is just way too powerful. Who's got more dashes in Tone? It's Breathe and the Mbessa as Weibo are able to turn the end of the fight and give themselves a 4-3 lead.
I mean, again, looking at this draft, what can deal with Mbessa on Ultra Prime's side, especially if you remove something like Braum early on or Ash is pressured in the fight. Breathe makes his entrance a bit later in the skirmish, but man, is it felt and heard by Ultra Prime as he just ran the back half of that fight.
Not a lot of deaths, though, a lot of low health bars, so not going to allow Weibo to just swing over towards that Rift Herald. We'll get a replay here. Tian just...
I mean, look at the prio. We have one Zhang, he has to TP. Xiaohu's already here. And then, you know, who's here first? It's Saber versus Breathe, but with everything being burned early in this fight, Breathe gets pretty much nothing when he enters to contest him. As I thought Saber's going to make it close with that close fight on the Xiaohu, but we have to get out of that replay because Rift Herald is being taken. Weibo don't have their Rs back up yet, but they do secure the Rift.
Tian flies in, hits the back of the eye smite for more than enough damage. So he grabs that Herald, and now we are as close as we possibly can, Cubby, to either team grabbing those feats of strength. We're at 2 apiece.
Next one gets it.
Oh, Rosie love, my lord, that Xiaohu damage.
And that could be enough, too. I mean, against the Braum, you have Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. You do have mid-push. Our keys are back up for Weibo, so you can see Tian going over the wall, and it's already being pulled by Xiaohu with the Braum basing. Feats of strength likely to be secured here by Weibo on top of the their second Dragon, as we do have a Hextech Rift for this game.
Which is one of the more coveted ones, as Shelly's going to get her crack at the mid lane turret. Weibo are just gobbling up everything they can on the map right now that's important. Tier 1 mid lane turret down, feats of strength soon to follow, and the Dragon stacking, spicing a little bit of a 2K gold lead in. Weibo, with their comp, like we preached, that has a ton of setup to force whatever they want, are very much so in position.
Oh, looks like we're going to get the start of this Rift Herald fight again. As Xiaohu did have to TP in. We're just getting a look. Looks like Tian found the smite, the eye combo to make sure he knocked that one down. Very well played. As you see the graphic, all the new boots, which were toned down a little bit in the micro patch, but still are very strong. Only get access to those if you do secure the feats of strength, which Weibo have. And you can see UI there at top of the screen. They were able to secure first blood and first 3 monster objectives. So those upgraded boots will be theirs, and we'll see how close, or we'll see when Breathe tries to pull the trigger on that, because he already has the 2 items that can then enable you to buy those. You do need 2 legendary items to get those new boots.
So much power. It's gotta scare people like Wako and company. Maybe Junhao as well. The fact that once Breathe decides to make that 750 gold upgrade, he's going to have a ton of extra armor behind a kit that is so much based in dealing out the damage.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the fun new additions to the game, as feats of strength. I mean, I don't think it's changed the game as much as people feel like it has, but again, if you find an early lead, you now have rewards for that lead for the rest of the game, no matter what happens next. So some of the boots stronger than others. I do think the Steel Caps version is okay. As I believe you get on every boot gets bonus move speed, but I think this one you get a bonus shield, which is not bad. So on top of just like initially you get a bonus 5 armor before you even buy the upgraded version. So yeah.
A lot of big resets coming through, and it's for one particular reason on topic with the new changes. There is Voracious Atacon. 4th game in a row, 5th game in a row for me on the cast at least, that Voracious Atacon has come out as these early games continue to be slow in the LPL. And you can tell, unlike your solo queue games, not everybody's freaking out that Atacon is on the Rift here. Everyone is slowly trying to set up for it, and even just making sure side waves are more in position before all-inning for that potential revive.
Yeah, is it the revive version that did spawn here for Otacon?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not great at recognizing those yet, so, you know.
Orange is revive. I don't know how to tie that in yet, but
I'm giving you the opportunity to win some, like, you know, more draft points here. Now you get patch points, Slayer.
Oh, which ones are more valuable? Also, where can I redeem them?
It depends on the analyst and...
Oh, okay.
If it gets worse for me throughout this, then maybe I'll redeem it in your mystery skin.
Oh, great. Okay, a mystery skin.
If I need more saves, you know, I got Slayer's got my back.
We're a team here, all right?
Oh, of course. Always a team effort. You did mention setting up the side lanes. I think it is important to note Xiaohu, TP, about to come off cooldown, and he's got 2 levels up on Saber, which is rather significant. So that lane pile will for sure be in his hands, and to be able to push the Akali around could be really big. A Saber really down and out of this game is what it feels like right now.
Weibo Game making a point to just take over this blue quadrant jungle away from Junhao. Maybe wanted to play for that Atacon that did spawn on the top side, is obviously it was the much more bloody one from our early game. Astro are going to come out though light, immediately cleanse it, so you'll take that win if you're Wako, especially with a level 2 ultimate.
Yeah, next round of cooldowns could be deadly now for light as just 1 tool blood out. Wondering if that is enough though for Weibo to really think about pulling the trigger. Again, at this level, 1 or 2 cooldowns being missing, or just a chunk, the likes of which Saber just felt from Xiaohu. That could be enough legitimately to start this, and even if you pull off of it, like, you're at least going to get a TP out of Saber, who has to reset before he takes the fight like this. So curious how frisky Weibo want to get around this objective.
I think they'll get a lot more because they got that tier 1 top turret. It's a fun new addition of the season, as you know, we always talk about getting the mid tier 1 turret really helps unlock you playing for late game dragons, playing for barons. But now with the fact that Atacon is spawning in either top or bot lane, knocking down those tier 1 turrets actually becomes pretty important for setup.
That's a good point, actually. It definitely ups the value of having a tier 1 down by 20, which I think in this day and age for League is rather expected. But hey, if you don't succeed in knocking that down, then yeah, like, that is an easy spot for you to TP back to or just retreat to if the fight goes sideways. So yeah. That said, at the moment, Weibo thinking a little bit more about this bot side control, as they're going to take down their last outer turret. And again, if Ultra Prime start this, the one thing about Atacon is it does a surprising amount of damage in this early season.
AoE damage.
Yeah, and so like, I think that Weibo, like, even there, yes, Atacon's a big objective. We're finding for the majority of the games we've seen early season, whoever secures that does win the game. I believe, again, in solo queue, it's like 81, 82% win rate if you get Atacon. But that's a scenario where you can still use the objective to threaten people. It's just the fact they take that outer, they felt like they had enough time to respond if Ultra Prime were to start it, and then you have to deal with all the damage that that objective does if you don't set it up well. I like that read a lot from Weibo.
Ooh, Xiaohu looking for a deadly flank. Was Zhang going to find it out, but maybe a bit too late. Xiaohu going in with the invis, drops between row, gets a ton of damage down onto those carries, but Tian cannot finish the kill. Wako lips himself away, and now Xiaohu's going to have to flash himself out of that beautiful flank. It all lined up so well, but the bucket baked off the rim at the end.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start to the fight from Weibo. They threw the important arc keys on the member that they want to take down first in Wako. It was just, he stuck out with 5 HP for like 7 seconds of the fight, just strolled his way on out. Nothing else could get in range. And that's a big, small win there for Ultra Prime, who really need any small win they can get at this point to try and get themselves back in this game, especially with how far down and out their mid laner is in Saber.
We're in a rare situation for League of Legends here. Oh, we were so close to it, actually. Dragon falls early. We were about to be at a point where 3 epic monsters were going to be on the Rift at the same time, but let's get a replay to see how this fight started out on the top side before Xiaohu's flank comes around.
I do want to praise Rosie Love, that Bramar really, it canceled the rel engage and helped keep Light at bay so that Wako was able to barely sneak out of there. So I don't think he dropped the R planning on that to happen, but hey, it did work out that way. Again, big that Wako lived. If not, Otacon definitely would have been under threat. That said, Weibo did win out on the health bar war in that skirmish, so we're able to secure that Hex Tech Dragon that puts them on Soul Point. Of course, Hexel, very powerful in this season as well. So Weibo can threaten that now later on in the game.
Light gets his cleanse back up. That's important to see if Wako decides to throw another one of those arrows out to start off a fight, but I'm glad you gave Rosie Love some love there. It's always the sneaky part about Braum, especially in those team fights. You saw it from Tian, who eats the concussive blow stun right as he flashes for what he thinks is the killer auto. It's just in the mush that is these fights, especially with the low range we kind of have. It's hard to track if you're about to eat that Braum stun or not.
No, can be. Also, in just using the R to disrupt, I'm going to try not to talk too much about Braum. That's a bad habit that I have, is it's no hands champion, therefore I can somewhat play it. Good times. We were rank 1 Braum in NA at one point, back in the heyday. So,
what was that, 2005?
Oh, come on. We're not like Aaron Rodgers' heyday here. It's my heyday.
It's not like League wasn't even around in 2005.
Yeah, not quite.
Not quite by bed. Oh, arrow's going to go wide. It does actually end up sniping Tian in the background. He's going to send a little bit of an emote out there. But that's a key ultimate down. Light does not have to burn the cleanse for it.
I'm still surprised at how scared we are to hit Otacon. I'm wondering if Weibo just doesn't feel like they have to start it, because, again, it can rip through a good chunk of health, and I don't think they need it to win this game at this point. Like, outside of the jungle matchup, I do really favor the scaling of Weibo. And so you take that, you take the 2.5, 3K gold lead they have at the moment, and you feel pretty good about the game, especially with Hexel being on Soul Point. I'm kind of wondering if that's their approach for this one. I'm kind of surprised all hasn't started yet.
Tian, hope those Krugs were worth it. My word, do Junhao and Saber make sure Tian does not get away with it, so he'll drop off, and let's see if Ultra Prime want to stab at either of these neutrals with a jungler off the board for another 40 seconds.
Yeah, that was just one big ult used, as looks like Junhao still has his R up. A Kali ult, of course, is rather important. They wouldn't be able to take down something like Light. It would have to be a hell of an angle coming in from Saber. Ultra Prime will at least make their way to the side of the river that does feature 2 epic monster buffs, and they will start up the new one in Otacon.
Right with a Weibo Gaming pick ward on top of it. So
Hong's at a great angle.
Hong looking for that big rail crash down we've seen. Hits and misses from him so far as he steps up. Gets the glimpse of first round of Rosie Love early. Maybe that'll give Weibo enough confidence to go for the play. Breathe going to not land the public execution, and now he's got 5 members of Ultra Prime on top of him, and he'll get picked off on the flank. Should be enough for Ultra Prime to just reset and take another crack at Otacon, who does go back up to full HP.
I really like that from Hong. He got Braum ult out for free. Braum was looking for any animation to cancel. Hong just autos, so he got the R, but Breathe not in position. Gets taken down after the R whiffs, and now Otacon's at a real threat. The biggest threat for Ultra Prime's off the map.
Oh, Junhao still has Cyclone. He immediately commits to it on Light. The arrow comes through just on time after the cleanse. Light is down. Tian going in to lock through Wako, and both AD carries are going to drop. So who's going to step up in the fight now? Tons of low health bars on Ultra Prime's side, but Xiaohu cannot get in to finish them off, and it's a big-time multi-kill for Saber. Otacon, still below 2,000 HP, will be secured by Junhao. Knocked back on the Tofo strikes from Wenzhong, and he's going to make another 1v1 win with Xiaohu, this time from the top lane to in front of the Baron. What a play. Ultra Prime grab control of game 1.
Wako is down. This might be a slow Baron. I think it's risky because Breathe's here, but you know what? They have the res up, so might as well try and use it. And everything's come collapsing down here for Weibo in the last couple of minutes. Is Breathe going to get frisky?
Remember, he cannot earn a lot of gold out of this if he finds these kills. Getting the dashes up, tons of damage. Saber's still up. The GA's available for all of these Ultra Prime members. But Breathe does accomplish the goal, stops the slow Baron take, and maybe halts it entirely for the next couple of minutes.
Honestly, that's really big because you can see Hong's trying to mess with tempo here. If he gets to cancel any of these recalls, then Dragon is actually on the table. The soul spawns here in 5 seconds, and Weibo, they're looking for it.
A lot of big summoners down. Some ults still coming back up online here. Gotta use them if you are Weibo Gaming, but this is just gone. Glacial Fissure is late. The smite comes through. Junhao does not get in. Arrow's going to land onto Breathe, who does have the Hextech Soul now, and just like the start of last fight, is going to sacrifice himself to the might of Ultra Prime, who will likely maybe use this a turn right towards Varen.
I gotta say, I feel like Ultra Prime really need to get things here because like, even with how strong Otacon is, I would not trade this and this buff and the lack of use of this buff for a free Hextech Soul on this Weibo team. This is something where Weibo is going to have this buff for the rest of the game. And the amount of space you can buy using Hex Soul, especially in 2 comps where the space is this low, like there's a lot of lack of range on each side, it can be really valuable for just being able to space things at this level. That said, Barons though, and it looks like Weibo are just fishing around for the steal because they do not want to mess with this buff, so it will be a free Baron going over Ultra Prime.
They do cash in as the revive will drop off pretty soon here, but good work from the damage dealers of Weibo to get some turrets on the back end. They actually cash in a ton of gold here, coming knock down mid-tier 2 and bot tier 2.
I do like that call from Weibo, just to say, hey, even if we take a fight and win it, like any fight that we take while the GAs are up is going to be won by Ultra Prime. Oh, okay, we're going to go way back here and get a
what a sidestep.
Yeah, well played there by Wako. Again, Breathe is really in a bad spot being found up there. If him and Hong were able to pitch, it could have been big, but the fact that Breathe was caught out at that time really hurt any and all chances Weibo had for taking this fight.
Here's the combo I really like. Junhao still has that Cyclone. White is fishing to step up, but it's going to pop into the clone here, dash through with the Braum stun. The cleanse comes out early, and Wako, I'm going to give him the credit for the intended arrow position. Yep. Hits it perfectly.
Yeah, it did step a little bit too far off in the back half, but still Wako taking down Light, and with Ambessa out there, that's all Ultra Prime needed to win those fights and skirmishes. They've got themselves at least a gold lead. Baron is on their shoulders, buffing up these waves. We'll see what they can get, because, again, I still feel like they're down in this game. They don't have the scaling to, get through something like Ambessa later on, and Varus is going to hit so hard. Feats of Strength in the inventory is down for Weibo with Hex Soul, so it might be an even gold game, but I feel like with the champions and the buffs, the extra power that Weibo has in their inventory, they're still the ones that are stronger in this one.
A lot less damage as well, as Wako commits to the Hullbreaker Ash, which I did not know started becoming a thing.
I chose to ignore it personally.
Okay.
In this one.
It hurt me, so I had to break it.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's. I mean, you get a lot of stats from it, and buffing up the cannon minions, especially when you have Baron going on, not too bad.
Whoa. Ton of damage down coming out from Xiaohu. Onto the clone, though. Junhao can escape back between worlds. Will not lock on the Ultra Prime up. Hog goes in, gets a huge stun to set up Xiaohu's damage. That is the poetry you expect from the Weibo Gaming support. Steps in, gets the game-defining fight win for Weibo 3-0.
I don't think Weibo can end off this, but any hopes of the Baron being big for Ultra Prime go out the window, and what a great fight execution coming out from Weibo. Xiaohu, he did use the flash that time around to set that up, but the follow-up this time around, Breathe was in the fight from the start. You can see the damage that Ambessa puts down in this game. Again, just way too much for Ultra Prime to deal with.
And now they're going to barrel down towards the Ultra Prime base here as Hong is looking for more. Demolish stacks, minion wave brought up. Down goes the inhibitor turret, Wonjong and Junhao. There's just nothing they can do. They don't have the damage behind them to even stop Weibo, as they'll take the first inhibitor.
Yeah, taking another look. Again, Hong, Breathe, in really good spots. We did set up a lot. In this one. Jungle support duo, making sure that you're finding good engages. We've seen some decent moments from Rossiva playing Peel on this Braum, but this time around, it was Weibo's jungle support duo. Way too good of a start to this fight between Hong, that initial chunk they found onto Junhao, and then Tian going in to wrap the fight up against Wako. Really, really well done by Weibo's jungle support duo.
It's been anything but smooth sailing for one of the big contenders of the LPL this split, but they are certainly back in control here. Have wave control obviously coming through that bottom lane. They can look to play for that ever game-defining Elder Dragon. It's about a minute and a half up. Got to think that's the next objective on both these teams' minds.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see Weibo actually even hovering the top side of the map here. I know that they were trying to make sure that Breathe can get a reset in. Yeah, okay. Well, one more reset. They're going to manicure these waves as both teams will head back and fight for the epic monster that's still as game-defining as it was in the past season. Some things have changed, some things have not, Slayer. And Elder trying to be the end of the game is one that's still familiar.
You're going to need a lot more lines of pass notes to get rid of old Greybeard Dragon down there. He is committed to his stoop, no matter how late he shows up to the party. You can already see the vision being cleared out here by Weibo, as they do grant themselves some pretty good setup. Have to be careful with how far they want to push in, though. Ultra Prime not showing on any other waves except the bottom wave. Breathe does have access to that teleport, so he will be able to get that top creep group crashed into that tier 2 turret. Puts Ultra Prime in a pretty tough position to answer.
Yeah, I mean, the super creep spawning bot, best case scenario here for Weibo in terms of going for this Elder Dragon. As you can see the setup they're playing out for this, it just starts with that wave, right? Get that wave in first, spot Ultra Prime, then work your way up to connect with mid. And yeah, Weibo's done this very well. You can see Ultra Prime, their only choice now is to fight through bot and try and get these supers in to actually pincer around Weibo, who have already taken full control and even feeling frisky enough to start hitting this dragon a little bit as Breathe.
Breathe and Wonjong in their own 1v1, but the engage is found with the snap of a fingers, and Junhao is exploded. Into the backline goes Saber. He takes a huge trunk, trying to get rid of Light. Will get it with the Storm Surge, but Breathe is unleashed on the front side. Dashes galore, damage galore. There is nothing that Wako and company can go as he drops into the GA, but is only going to protect him from the gray screen for mere seconds. Weibo, rocky in the early game, couple of fights that didn't look too good, but when push comes to shove, when it's time for the big bad fights, it's Weibo and Xiaohu to step up, ace, and game 1 win inbound.
And Xiaohu had some big engages too, but man, if Breathe was in the fight and set up for success, those fights were over whenever Breathe got going. This Ambessa, throw a Hex Tech Soul to add to the stickiness this champion already has to others. I really feel like Breathe was the one who made or broke this game for Weibo. A couple fights where Breathe wasn't functional, where the fights where Weibo struggled when Breathe was Ambessa. Too good of a pick and too well played by Breathe to be toppled in this game.
Leads his team in kills. Leads his team in fewest deaths. I'm with you, Cubby. What a performance here from Breathe and Weibo, who do get the game one win. But I think the sentiment taken away here is that Ultra Prime definitely aren't just going to roll over against this Titan of the LPL.
It was a better fight than I thought, frankly. I was not expecting that from Ultra Prime, but hey, on the bright side, hopefully it makes for an interesting match. I know the TT win over LNG is the one interesting thing that's happened so far for a lot of people in LPL. You know, I might have expected that one a little bit more, being you know, the new guy and only seeing what happened in the Basia Cup, where I expect TT to win after that, right?
I perfectly predicted it as one of the other new guys, so.
There we go. I like that one, Slayer, but no, I mean, Weibo, cleanest game that they wanted? No. But was it one where they were able to dig deep, rely on some of the fundamentals that we expect a team of this caliber to have, and to use that to win the game? Yeah, and Ultra Prime, once, you know, the standard setups came in from Weibo, really felt like they didn't have anything to do in that game. I mean, even with Saber having a really nice final fight to find the Varus, even being behind as a Kali, I mean, no one was touching Breathe in that game, man. That was a really good use of 5 pick, and Breathe played the Ambessa very well. Very
good execution on the comp that has all the setup, has all the agency, so it's good to see Weibo lean back towards that, towards the end of the game. And we continue to capture these intriguing footnotes of how these teams approach this new patch. I mean, when I saw the patch notes drop, I never thought that there would be a point in pro play where we might see Otacon in one lane, Baron in the river, and then you know, a late game Dragon spawning on the bot side. But we were mere seconds away from that happening in this one.
Well, you know, I think the story about 2025, we went from 2 splits to 3, and potentially 2 epic monsters in the map to 3, and, you know, 3 feats of strength, and just keep on getting more and more dopamine to hit on the map. You know, more things to do. Getting closer to Fortnite than you think, Slayer, is step 1.
Closer to Fortnite. I think there's a lot of games that we have to clear hurdles on before we end up at Fortnite.
You were talking about the 1v1s. You know, the walls are going to condense. You know.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go with the post-game graphics. Do show that Ultra Prime, hey, pretty competitive. Here we see some peaks and valleys on that one, but Xiaohu on this very damage-oriented Aurora. I was interested to see that the Loons win first on that champion, but boy, I mean, he has got clear damage numbers over Saber. I mean, he doubles Saber's numbers, and nobody else on his team is too close.
He was up in that lane. Did use it very well by going for that early Ludens. Also, just want to throw an amendment. Didn't mention this during the game, but, you know, when you're able to pilot that champ into all short-range champions, those between worlds can hit rather hard on Aurora, and Xiaohu definitely made good use of that. As, again, Aurora, and the thing that beats her is really range. There was no range available from this Ultra Prime comp to take down Aurora at all, and we saw Xiaohu have some big fights and big moments.
And with the, you know, the salt rubbed in the wound moment there for Ultra Prime it's not like this Aurora was like the big red side counter pick. It was locked in phase 1 of red side drafts, so you put yourself in that hole.
Yeah, again, Orianna was banned early on. That's been the most common answer that we've seen to Aurora so far, but the Akali answer, just not my favorite. I know that mobility into Aurora and Vi helps a lot for the lane phase, and Akali can at least dissuade some of those Vi combos coming down from mid, but Saber, again, I thought Saber actually performed valiantly later on, given that he was down multiple levels and was actually able to be relevant in those team fights. Just the steps that he had earlier on in the game, just getting forced out, and really it was that solo death that he had to Xiaohu after he made that great play to get Tian over the wall with that flash during cease and assist that really took a lot of the momentum away from what could have been a good game for Saber.
I think the interesting part as well, when we talk about, you know, good moments for Ultra Prime, is we came into this, you know, talking about how Rosie Love, you know, the good, bad, and the ugly can come with some of those engage, you know, plays on those engage champions. Pretty masterful disengage job on this Braum. Multiple times. Interrupts with a Glacial Fissure, blocking a ton of damage on the Braum. It's unfortunate that in a different style where Rosie Love can really fit so well against a team like Weibo, they aren't able to go away with the win.
Yeah, and I actually thought that Rosie Love had a pretty decent game there. It was just that Junhao was a little bit closer to the clone than the actual Wukong in some of those fights, as he got taken out a little bit early. So something to look for earlier on, or later on, I should say, in this series. As Junhao, I haven't been super impressed with him yet, and we're going to hope that changes in this best of 5.
Certainly do, because that changing can certainly mean more games for us to cast. Now, Cubby, the big question that we have before we go into a short break here is, it's always a push and pull, right? Your MVP pick, player of the game pick, versus what you think the LPL voters are going to lead.
Oh.
How are you feeling?
I'm going with Breathe. I think that Xiaohu's going to win.
Okay. I would agree with that exact sentiment. I think it might have gone towards Breathe, like, pretty confidently until they threw up the old damage graphs, and everybody loves to see, 40% of team's damage? Gotta give that guy the MVP.
I think between that and then Breathe just getting caught 1v5 before the Otacon and forcing like the one game losing scenario, then maybe that takes it away from him, but I'll ignore that one and look at the good things that Breathe did in this game, which on the Ambessa, I gotta say Breathe looked pretty damn good on that one, so yeah. Oh, I didn't realize we have PYL on the caster desk. That's actually pretty legendary up there.
Yeah.
In his own right. I like that a lot. Let's go.
I love those guys, but I don't like how they're showing us up in the outfit department, man. The LPL casters are just, I cannot match this drip. There's nothing in my wardrobe that will match that drip.
That's true. We're a little bit too California filled, unfortunately, with that one. Rather casual. Yep, there it is.
Wow, you called it, Cubby.
Yeah,
there's some points for you of some kind.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaohu's Snow Bunny, just too big. Too good that game, yeah?
Be careful saying Snow Bunny or Alt might fly out of the rafters somewhere.
Yeah, I can say that on this broadcast and not the NICL one, right? That's how it works.
That is, in fact, how it works. Well, how it works going forward here, folks, now that we've gone through the MVP, is we will be able to step away for a short break here. But before we do that, as we do get a look at Alt's favorite part of the broadcast, we do have some, as you all know, this is obviously the unofficial English broadcast. It is brought by, an awesome team of LPL lovers. And there's ways to help out. As you may be aware, this is an entirely fan-run broadcast produced by passionate individuals who love the LPL. As such, we've started a Ko-Fi account that you can access in chat. Any donations there will go directly to broadcast upgrades or paying on-air talent and production staff. Become Ko-Fi members. By becoming Ko-Fi members, you can also unlock perks like access to member-only servers, early access to unique content and interviews, and the ability to suggest questions and collaborate. Join today, and also you can get some of these perks if you contribute, if you're on YouTube, subscribing on YouTube, subscribing on Twitch. Whatever you can give will be much appreciated by us here at LPL English.
Yeah, the support early on has been crazy. The fact that we have already unlocked the sub button on Twitch is great. Really speaks to all you, and any and all funds that we get are being put towards the broadcast and everyone that helps out, not even the people running it, like in terms of Kelsey, just doing all the incredible work behind. It's definitely been a massive love letter from a lot of people behind the scenes that you don't see, and we greatly appreciate everyone's hands in making this happen. And of course, appreciate all of you watching. I mean, LPL has never been the league that I watch first, but the chance to be a part of this project was great. And man, it's some, like, we're casting Tian and Xiaohu, right? These guys have done legendary things in League of Legends, so the fact that we get to bring that to you is great.
It is awesome. Love letters to the LPL from us. Love letters were exchanged between Weibo Gaming and Ultra Prime before this matchup, but it was anything but on Summoner's Rift. A bloody 37-minute one goes the way of Weibo Gaming. We will be back soon after a short break. See how Ultra Prime respond, try and even out the series. See you in a bit. Hope you didn't miss us too much here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast. We are back and getting set to go into game number 2 draft. Weibo Gaming versus Ultra Prime. The latter will once again have side selection. Cubby, you feeling another blue side draft cooked up here?
Ooh. I think that you stick with blue. I gotta say, the R5 MBS is pretty appealing for red side for the next one.
Doesn't exist anymore.
That's true. That champ doesn't exist in all 10 that we saw in that game. Not available. So, yeah, don't even worry about them. No more Ambessa. Frankly, I do like that world. I do feel like that champion's a little bit overtuned, if I do dare so say myself. So, see something new.
I'm okay with overtuned champs that I feel are hard to execute on.
I don't think she's that hard to execute.
Okay.
So, I'm kind of with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I guess like comparing to champions that recently came out, right? Like Aurora is still very powerful. Aurora was like broken with the old ultimate. I felt like Aurora's ease of execution was much easier, so it made Aurora feel a lot more broken.
Yeah.
I don't feel the exact same sentiment about Abessa, but watching these guys use Abessa, I think I'm starting to paddle my canoe back to your side of the creek.
Starting to come around on it a little bit more. That's true. Yeah. I mean, again, like this thing, it's just kind of like Callista at the highest level. You just have to make sure that your clicks are really good after using a ability to make sure that you're jumping the right way. But if you do that right, I mean, the amount of damage that this champ can do, and also her skill shots, they're really not that hard to hit. The aura is a little bit tricky, but we did see that was the one time that Breeze really got in trouble in that last game. So, but yeah, that being said, I gotta say, like, Renekton Rumble Prio, probably gonna be up, something that I'm gonna expect to look at for this upcoming game. And we'll see if any of the bans change, because one of the things about Fearless Draft, a lot more common for the bans to stay the same unless you swap sides. That's one of the ways you can get the bans to change, and that is another thing that we saw actually be really strong going from red to blue side. Like, if there is a champion like Skarner being banned the entire time that takes up a ban slot, well, you can swap sides and then do that and try and free something up, the fact you get a first pick too. So, yeah.
We will have to see once this draft kicks off, but it's important to mention that from game one, very impressed by how Ultra Prime were able to especially navigate that really early phase to set themselves up well with the grubs. Just a couple of key mistakes that they could clean up and could really make this a series. I am intrigued to see, though, how, because, you know, you weren't too impressed with Junhao's Wukong in that game, and I just want to see, you know, him and Rosie Love kind of link up on an engage pairing to set up the rest of their teams. You know, we didn't get that with the Braum versus Wukong. Two different styles.
Yeah, the Braum was good, for what it's worth. You highlighted that. I think that was actually a pretty good shout-out. Like, Rosie Love was doing his job in those fights. What you need to do is Braum. It's just, yeah, I haven't seen great things out of Junhao so far. So hopefully he can level up against Tien, who, well, I think the one time they picked him was mostly Saber's play in the bot side jungle. That was like one of the better looks we saw out of Junhao. I think that was a good read from Ultra Prime. But yeah, I'm curious to see what we end up getting in the next draft. It's kind of the fun of Fearless. Every game's different. You can play similar strats, but it's got to be different champs, right? So it just forces a lot more creativity and forces you to win 3 very different games in a best of 5.
Very different games. It's always fun, especially as one of those bigger teams, to show different styles of winning, especially if you're Weibo,
yeah.
You want to compete on bigger stages than even the LPL offers. But we return to the similar stage we saw last time. A good look at Weibo as they are once again on the red side, and we are firing through the bans. As you can see at the very bottom, I love that even the LPL broadcast helped us out here. Champions chosen, that's from game number 1. Those are all off the table.
I like that.
But we still see Skarner, that 100% representation in the ban phase.
Gotta say, LeBlanc making her way into the early ban phase along with Xin Zhao. I'm expecting early Ahri Prio, actually. I know it's a little bit early to call, but LeBlanc is a champ that can answer Ahri. Ahri would give you that, early engage, that go button. Also, could have been a Yone. Yone going to be taken off the table, as both LeBlanc and Xin Zhao, a couple champs that actually, can have some impact on a Yone. But I think that Ahri Prio, just given what's off the board already, it actually goes up quite a bit.
Incoming Callista Nico, the LPL's favorite bottom lane, potentially. If you are on the Ultra Prime side, there is some draft points for good old Cubby. If this Rumble gets locked in here, and
for me, you called it. My point's right on Ahri Slayer. I think the Nico's coming. I'm not going to take that one away from you.
Okay, all right. Well, we do have a glorious evolution apparently coming. A lot of damage if this one gets locked in between the 2 solo lanes. It's what worked for Weibo last time, but in a different way, with just really indexing into AP power. I wonder how much Ultra Prime might lean to try and get some takiness behind their composition now to deal with just a easy item path.
That's kind of the hard part about playing into Victor, is it feels like you need to play fast. And I will say, I think Galio Prio actually goes up quite a bit. Like, I would love a Galio top here from Bunjung. You're playing that into Rumble, already a strong matchup, and you throw a Victor to boot on top of that. So yeah, Galio gonna be locked in. And now if we see the Nico, that does give you a way to play fast into this Victor. So I think that would actually be a really nice start here for Ultra Prime.
See if that one gets locked in nonetheless.
You got, or else it's getting banned. You got to imagine that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And hey, that's a. Do we scale the point system like with combos? You just combo.
Yeah,
that was a combo.
we both win draft points there. Let's go. I can try and make up for the Ari miss. You know, that's where we're at right now.
Misfortune definitely answers the Weibo problem of, you know, 2 heavy AP solo lanes. You got some good damage profile. I do worry about this pick for Light into that, you know, quick punch you're talking about. A pretty immobile AD carry, pretty susceptible to what Nico and Galio in Tote can try and set up to make sure the ever important bullet time that comes with this champion does not execute.
I like how you bring that up too, because I think it's good for the lane. Like, yes, Callista, Nico, Galio can execute upon an MF, right? You can get on top of an MF, but between the move speed buff, the power that you get early and trying to use that to rotate around, and the R for the zone control, I don't feel like you need a ton more damage on Weibo's comp when you are showing Rumble and Victor early on, so I do like the MF for that. The one thing I will say is that I think they need a jungler or just something to deal with this tank Galio, because this Galio is set up for a lot of success this game, playing into both a Rumble and a Victor. MF is not exactly a champion that's going to shred you, especially if you are able to have a successful execution in the early part of the fight for Ultra Prime by finding the Callista Nico combos, following up with Galio. So I do think they need a jungler that can do some damage. And so I don't really like the Poppy ban, because I still feel like they need a little bit of extra power behind TN in order to try and deal with this Galio pick later on, because at the moment, Ultra Prime, this comp's really tough to get through in terms of Galio and Nico. That's a lot of CC and upfront just control in a fight to try and work your way through.
I do like the Weibo ban towards the Nocturne, though. It takes away the ability for Galio to kind of just follow an ally into the back line. So very good ban to take away from Zhou House. The Silas is going to immediately be the lock-in as the time ticks down. Some pretty valuable ultimates. Got to think maybe that one gets locked in after you see the depth charge coming through.
And you can brawl too. Again, the damage for Weibo, they need time. They need to scale throughout the fights. They need to scale throughout the games. So Silas kind of matches this. I'm going to, hit you in the mouth real quick early in the fight, and then we can go from there. I like this from Saber. And the Viego makes a lot of sense too. Again, your initial fight, the start, these R keys, the control that you get is massive. You can get early picks now for Viego. I'm really interested to see what Weibo does to answer this. Again, I think they need just a little bit of something. Lee Sin's not terrible here, and it's a Tien special. I mean, it would give you a way to navigate around all these big engage options and really play mobile in the fight to support who you want. Big lack of frontline, though, for Weibo if they do end up going for this.
And you really want that frontline with a Victor, but the Lee Sin will lock in. You know what solves so many draft problems? Just outplaying on a champion that is so capable of doing it in so many facets. So I do respect Tian kind of calling the sort of saying to Ultra Prime, listen, you could get this nice comp, you got creative, but if I start cooking early on this Lee Sin, not a lot else is going to matter.
We talked a lot about jungle support duos, how they can work together. Really important for this one. Junhao, Rosie Love need to sync up. These engages need to be big from Rosie Love so that Junhao has space to actually get in and get the resets. Lee Sin really lacking setup in this game outside of Hong on the Nautilus, who is all you need to set up a Lee Sin if you play the fight right. So I really want to see how these jungle supports work together to find these engages, because a lot of this game is going to be about, can those R keys land? Can you get an early Viego reset? Or especially if you're Weibo, you have to find a way to kind of avoid, dodge out on these big R keys in order to try and use your own. You have a little bit more range for Weibo, but you do lack some tankiness. And I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for them to navigate this, especially against a Viego. If you're really careful early in the fight, they don't give away any early resets. If that happens, then fights are actually going to be really Ultra Prime favored. And frankly, in this best of 5, I don't think there's going to be a better draft for Ultra Prime to try and win in this one. I actually think they're set up very well for success. They can play fast. I want to see if they can really sync up and do so.
Another thing to watch for here that compares to game number 1 is this mid lane matchup. Once again, looking to see Saber take control of the period of the game that his champion is going to be most powerful. You called it out, Cubby. The Silas likes to brawl, going to want to brawl early often in this mid game, but you have to be careful. Xiaohu will just scale to infinity, even worse than the Aurora game with Victor. So got to keep an eye on that as we direct our eyes once more to Summoner's Rift.
Oh boy, big level 1. That's how we're starting things. Transition to level 1.
Hey, first blood goal, man.
Yeah. We get the cheers, and it will be Ultra Prime.
There we go.
Trying
That's
to
an
be
LPL classic.
Yeah, they're trying to be creative here. Their level 1 is really strong between the Nico transform, the engaging, and really threaten with what Ultra Prime's showing early. So Weibo gonna respect that. Trade wards, respond on the other side of the map. And we'll see if we get any swaps or where we start. I will say, I think a swap this time around valuable for Weibo, as like getting breathed into a decent scenario here might be tough. The first couple levels are good for Breathe. After that, it's pretty tough, though, for him in the matchup.
I think Breathe is just... It's bad either way. It's like,
yeah,
you're either going into the tank Galio that you're never going to do damage to, or you're swapping into a Callista Nico lane where you don't get even far. But so
maybe
it's a tough
I don't
task.
like my idea of a swap Slayer. Maybe I'm going to give you some in-game swap points for that one, you know?
There's too many points to keep track of.
I'm trying to make... Well, you know, these are like our own feats of strength on the broadcast.
Oh, we're up to 3. That's true. It's starting to feel more like trying to track a credit card point system, though. I will have to be, I will have to be completely transparent.
That might be a reason why I don't have enough credit cards. You know, should have 2, at least get some miles. But gonna stick with 1 and keep it simple at the moment. And we are keeping it simple here on the Rift, as it is mirrored starts for our junglers, going red buffs and making their way towards the blue buffs each side, and also standard lanes. So. One of the more normal games we've seen in LPL so far. Swap's still pretty popular.
Normal bottom lane matchup you're seeing. It is interesting that Hong opts for the Nautilus, you know, a hook-based champion. A lot of hook-based champions do struggle into that Nico. If your reaction time's on point, which we're expecting from Rosie Love, you can just drop into that clone, and you really negate a lot of the setup for Hong, so that'll be interesting to track. Is we don't get a normal game for very long, is Junhao uses his bot lane prio to force a vertical jungle that Tiana has no idea is happening.
Yeah, and he also based for the early longsword, might help him with a couple fights, but that blue buff is going to be long gone. So Callista Nico, some of that power on the map already being felt, as Rosie Love even going to scout to see if Tian's on the Gromp. Not the case. And it will be Viego just walking away with the 3 buff.
And they spot Tian as well, so should give the green light for Junhao to really come out with a camp lead, and boy are those ever important on a power farmer like Viego.
Yeah, do want to credit Breathe here in that 1v1. Wanjung, like he overheated during the taunt. The taunt guarantees those auto attacks are still going to go through. What you want to do in this matchup is you want to E, so drop the Justice Punch. When the overheat goes in, that's what buys you space to get away from the Rumble. So Wanjung not exactly playing that first trade correctly, and well played by Breathe to find that window to get a really positive trade in the windows where Rumble does do some winning. That is very early, and then very, very, very late once you get 2-3 items.
Props to Wanjung as well. He's got prep. He had prep time. He already got a Rumble matchup, so he should be even more aware. Imagine he takes down 2 Weibo Gaming players on Rumble. That would be something to say. Yeah, I bested Breathe and Xiaohu on their Rumble.
Yeah, of course, found the 1v1 kill playing Rumble himself into the Corki, and now can take down the Rumble in the counter matchup. As this matchup, definitely a newer one that we've seen, really was popularized at Worlds. And good to see some of our players really carrying it through. As I think it's one where, I mean, logically makes a lot of sense to me. The fact that you can get that giant magic damage shield, still be a tank that isn't shredded by Rumble, and also you get the counter on the Equalizer with that big R, having the magic damage shields for everyone on your team. So definitely saw a lot of success from this matchup at Worlds, and we'll see if that can continue in the new season.
A lot of early success for Xiaohu. Stop me if you've heard that one before. Victor able to get a very good wave in under that turret, forcing Saber to teleport. Also want to give him some points for the grasp Victor play here. I think that's a great answer. You can stack that one for free into that melee Silas, and your resistances you build up should help you survive the bursty comp that we highlighted from Ultra Prime later on.
Yeah, Green Tree just feels too good between...
getting nerfed.
It should get nerfed. Overgrowth, the way it synergizes with Grass, some of the other things in the kit. Oh, nice. All right, see Weibo making a little bit of a swap. Did miss that. But Nice use of MF. MF with the Strut passive, you have the ability to really impact the map, choose the lanes that you want. We did see Light and Hong get the wave in bot, so they will proactively swap to the top side and should give them quite a big advantage for first grubs. We'll see if Breathe stays up here or if he feels like he should port down at any point. At the moment, Tien is a little bit far away from where the grubs are spawning, so kind of feels like Weibo missed their timer a little bit. I know that grubs aren't up for another 8 seconds here, but Tien not on the right side of the map. And we'll see the Dragon drop and a couple waves dropping for Breathe on this side of the map. So yeah, they're kind of curious here.
Even though this lane swap was spotted with that scrying plant by Saber, does look like at the end of the day, Weibo are going to grab 2 pretty early plates. Remember, with the fortification nerf on those mid and top lane turrets, it really incentivizes these lane swaps even more, as we see Breathe use that equalizer to cut down the wave for Wako and Rosie Love. And Tian going to get those 3 grubs all on his own, so the monster slaying goal is even at 1 apiece between our 2 teams.
That is one of the perks of Rumble in this scenario, the fact that you can just drop equalizer and pretty much neutralize a wave or delay the timers by 1 wave. So well done by Breathe. I feel like Weibo with this draft, playing it out right for me, it was just they ran it a little bit early and Tim was a little bit late on the play, and now looking to pressure Galio off this turret. They had to bring Breathe in order to threaten this, because there's no way you can 3v1 dive the Galio. You need all the help you can get. That should be enough to at least make Wonjung question whether or not he should approach this wave.
It's really intriguing how this game has developed from such a normal start to now such stark vertical lines drawn by these junglers. As Tian with Breathe are trying to set up for a potential dive. They're at least taunting it, but this is that take Galio with a taunt, as Wonjung is going to land it on to Hong and able to get the wave off there. Wouldn't want to go for that if I'm Weibo anyways, but Tian is going to catch Rosie Love trying to roam around, drops the entire combo. Here's the hero's entrance through from Wonjung. He's going to be able to save his support, as both mid laners went blow for blow with their own versions of Glorious Evolution.
I do like that play from Tien. He would have known that that was Nico, because Rosie Love was showing Callista but wasn't using the passive, so no passive hops. So just taking that ult trade and getting the Galio ult out, it means that they can continue to pressure the way that they are now on the top side of the map. So those plates continue to fall under Wonjung's watch.
Gets down the last wave. Ooh, 1 auto short from Light grabbing it. He's going to step up and get it on his own. Actually uses the Grubby's passive to grab it. So they are really starting to stack the gold here. About 500 now, purely off a lot of that plate damage. Weibo's overkill towards the top side is a bit more bountiful, as Ultra Prime will finally swing Wako and Rosie Love up there fully to try and match.
Ultra Prime, we're a little bit behind on that first turret race, so deciding to send their bot lane up there to match. I will say that the upcoming monster buffs that will spawn, pretty similar timer between the Grubs and the Dragon. So interested to see really what Weibo does to get like where they want to commit MF, because Light's going to have prio wherever he's at. With this item breakpoint. That BF sword being in the inventory for Light means that he's going to be able to bully whoever he finds in this laning phase. And onus will really be on him. He's going to decide what objective Weibo wants to take here in this next bout. So, yeah, curious to see if it ends up being Grub prio. I don't think that Weibo's comp can use Grubs like fantastically, but what we saw really evolve in the Grub meta is that it doesn't matter about the split push. It matters about getting the Grub advantage and stacking up and playing the 4-1 narrow setup like within top and mid, just to bully down these plates and win the race, because you have more Grubs than the other team.
And also just accelerate that snowball that is so potent in this version of League, especially just, winning those narrow fights with, 6 Grubs. You can take probably an extra turret compared to a normal scenarios, as we do start to slowly approach the next set of neutrals that could decide the race for feats of strength. It feels weird that we might reach first turret taken or one of these Monster Slayer goals before first blood, because the statistics on that have got to be pretty low.
I'm not too familiar with those actually yet. I know I was peeking some of the data. Shout out to Cagel's website that he's helping out with. It's been really nice in terms of publishing data about the boots win rate, feats of strength, some of the new features that we have in the new season. We talked about it last game with Otacon. So, yeah, something to look out for is good trade there from Xiao, who liked how he's saving the laser until he finds the stun on the W. It's good Victor mechanics, something we expect out of a player the likes of Xiaohu.
Pedigree of Xiaohu showing, even in the gold advantage, he has got the, it's small, it's mitigating, but it's starting to build as he's nearly 30 CS. Trying to bait Saber into maybe a trade that he likes with Tian close by. I think they have enough damage to just execute Saber at that half HP mark, but Xiaohu will instead shove another wave in and give a lot of room for Tian to play for those 6 grubs that Ultra Prime don't seem even content on stopping.
I just don't think they can, as do have... my prediction was that wherever Light and Hong went, that would be where they decide to play the next objective, but with how hard mid is winning, they're just able to push Saber between both turrets and make sure that those 6 grubs go over to themselves for free. So I think they're happy to sack both Dragons to find the 6 grub advantage, and man, when we've seen good teams get 6 grubs, their ability to push the map down and really snowball the game in their favor, it's made it so that 6 grubs almost feels like just the first cut of what is the death sentence. And I want to see if Weibo is still able to do that.
Oh, that
nice
flash does not get away from the Pop Blossom on the edge, is able to find the kill, but with a good root and the help of that powered up turret, Hong can train out Junhao. So go 1 for 1. First blood does go to Ultra Prime. They grab that goal, but it's immediately answered by Weibo as Breathe finishes off that top lane tier 1.
And that's big because each team at 2
Hello,
monster
Saber.
objectives.
Goodbye, Saber. That's the Dion Lee Sin special.
Yeah, I mean, that's just cashing in on the lead that Xiaohu's had this entire time, too. Really well done as Tian's dead. Okay.
That's Galio TPing in the taunt. I mean, I guess they went all out for that mid-tier 1 turret. They do get it in the background with plates, but that was a freebie kill back to Wanxiang. Oh, hello. Breathe wants his revenge for his jungler. He teleports behind him. Remember, you can teleport to minions now with that basic form, but a good taunt from Wanxiang, and the tankiness into the AP Bruiser especially makes it too hard to trade.
To the end?
yeah, that's the prevailing thought for sure.
I don't know what happened there. I don't know if he autoed Galio from the taunt. That's got to be it, and then just reacted slowly, but a little bit questionable. That said, the response from Weibo afterwards, it's 2-2, and you can see they already took down 1 turret on their own, so Breathe, he's freed up. He's joined his bot lane, and this is 6 grubs at work, man. This is why 6 grubs feels like a death sentence, because these turrets just melt.
And we almost got the 15 for 15 on plays. We might still get it with the grubbies, even despite the stolen equalizer. Ultra Primer not going to try and let them get away with that. Engage. Another good knock-up onto Light, who just does not get to play the game before he drops through. How much more can Ultra Prime find on the background? Not much with Wanxiang not able to claim Tian. Weibo looking for a potential turn of their own here. It is a 4v4 as Wako shoves in that mid-wave. Both teams posturing. Snare landed from Rosie Love. Dredgeline back from Hong. The clone used well. Here's the Pop Blossom. Gonna pick off Hong, and the taunt comes through as well. Great synergy on the CC, and Junhao is released with his reset. Dredgeline gonna go wide here. Has the Heartbreaker, forces the flash out from Breathe as Weibo do not want to give up any more members. With Xiaohu's damage, they're looking for a turn, and Tian flies in from halfway across the stream. Junhao is down. Xiaohu's flashing forward. They want all the smoke, but they've got a Callista hopping around them. There's no angle out for Xiaohu. He's cut down. Breathe on the Flame Splitter cannot find these low health bars, and it's Light starting to step up. 1 auto finds Rosie Love, but Saber wants to re-engage with the Abscondum Duck. Does not find it. Breathe has ult coming up, but the Flame Spitter's enough to get it done. Weibo buy their time and find the trade kills, and now it's not where's Waldo, it's where's Wako. He's trying to dash his way from between the waves, gonna get executed to the turret to finish off a wacky fight between our 2 teams.
Oh, where's Wako had a pretty depressing end, but hey, at least it's no gold going over to Weibo as haymakers being thrown back and forth. Weibo trying to take the 4v5, and I guess in the long haul do so somewhat successfully. They're pushing really hard to make sure that this turret falls while plates are up. It's more gold for them, but love the engage coming out of Ultra Prime. Hong needs to tank this forward Light, who is down flash from the last play. He needs to tank that Abscondum Duck to help Light get out of there because that connects. Wanxiang's ult connects as well. And then with a couple big Rs being used, we decided to flip things a little bit here for Weibo. I guess they didn't know if Rosie Love had this ult coming back up or not, because he pretty much cast it off cooldown in this skirmish. as he didn't have it at the start of it, but once he gets hooked in here, able to get the R off, gets a free reset over to Junhao. And then it's a lot of flashes having to be burned by Weibo to make sure that they retreat and buy time for Light to get back. Love what Tien does, though, on the back half here, as this Q connecting is wonderful, and then autos the clone to get enough energy to follow it through.
And boy, does he fly. Xiaohu got to follow his jungler, but a nice double root from Rosie Love really shuts him in place. This bullet time nearly gets catastrophic value, but just not enough. Light does end up cleaning up a lot of these fights. Bloody one. Took about, gotta think, about 30 seconds off the clock, but...
That was a forever fight, man. We're used to seeing those in NA. LPL's bringing them too, though. Let's go. They always bring the action here. As... Let's see, reset.
My God, that's a lot of spears. Root comes across. The rend is not enough.
Okay.
Breathe with that scrap shield does get out. But keep in mind, Weibo, they're going to secure the feats of strength, I believe, off the back of that. They should. They have 6 grubs, and yeah, so Breathe doesn't die, and it earns Weibo another game with those upgraded boots.
Yeah, I didn't like that from Ultra Prime. I feel like they need to walk towards that Rift Herald, especially because their Rs are up right now. I don't think this is a terrible timer for them to fight at all, especially if you have Breathe stuck mid. So I think a poor decision there from Ultra Prime. Good punish by Weibo, and the punish might continue as that's a deep TP.
Oh, Breathe, you're asking for the Galioton. He sends himself to death, and it's slower now with the new teleport. Ultra Prime have a man advantage as they look to play for Mountain Soul. They'll be on Soul Point here if they can grab this dragon, and I just don't know if Weibo can find a way in, except for a Tian Steel Masterclass.
Yeah.
He's certainly looking for it.
That TP from Breathe wasn't it, I fear. And now Rosie
Love.
Love.
Rosie Love in the background finds the 3-man Pop Blossom. Sure, Light Cleanse flashes out of it, but he leaves the rest of his crew to reap the benefits of a great setup from Rosie Love. Ultra Prime are going to wipe it. Sure, the dragon gets 1 kill back, but it's an ace for Ultra Prime and Mountain Soul Point as its concierge.
And this really starts from Breathe, overplaying his hand, had no equalizer, TPs into the clutches of Wonjung on this Galio, who just gets the whole W and kill him. And that happens on the bot side. What happens? Ultra Prime, they push their control up the river, get Rosie Love a great angle once they see Weibo commit into the river, and that Pop Blossom made sure that all of Weibo went pop in the back half. As we talked a lot about early on before this series started, jungle support syncing up, especially before this game started. Thought it was the one person can really set up the Lee Sin. But what happens here? Mistake from Breathe. Junhao gets the reset. Rosie Love, look at this from him. Just sneaks his way in, being very disciplined about the vision. And then once they see the Lee Sin show, he knows his path is clear. Excellent Pop Blossom finds 3 and gets Ultra Prime to fight. Also, gotta say, Tian and Lee Sin actually played that one out pretty well. That kick into like actually finding a kill, well done from Tian. So good damage mitigation from him.
Shout out Mountain Drake for playing towards Weibo's
that too.
Weibo's wishes as well as he grabs that 1 kill, but really has given Ultra Prime such prime position. If you want to
actually,
the funds.
Here's a question: if Rosie Love would have swapped like a minion on Nico, can Dragon target a minion?
Ooh.
That's the kind of stuff that I get like, really curious about. Like, can it hit a ward? You know, if you're able to swap to that. So I'm wondering if Rosie Love could have gotten himself out of that one.
God, you know, it definitely would have to be a snap reaction, but that is a good theory that, hey, all you guys at home can maybe test out with the new practice tool available to you. It's continue to plug the new exchanges, but the gold lead is still in the hands of Weibo, but now the tough part for them, Cubby, you talked about the ease of execution for Ultra Prime, especially, you know, the R keys, as we like to highlight. At some point, they're going to have to go into those dangerous R keys again because you cannot afford to give up Mountain Soul, especially to a comp, you know, highlighted by a tank Galio that will just become so hard to kill.
Yeah, I will say, like, later on, the tank Galio is going to fall off a little bit. But at this point of the game, yeah, like 2 items, it's going to be really, really difficult for Weibo to get through. So I think that Weibo, like, if this game goes late, I actually think they're going to be okay. They just have to survive the Ego resets. But at the moment, Ultra Prime actually, yeah, they're down 2.5k gold, but we've seen what their comp's capable of if they sync up these R keys. And they have decent control on the map. Like, it feels like an even game at the moment.
You know what allows them to play even more aggressive and towards their style? An Action Revive. we have another voracious Otacon, this time spawning in the bot side of the map, and we get to play the fun game of how much does LPL actually care about this buff? Is both teams seem a lot more content playing for mid waves than playing down towards that big epic monster.
I think at the moment, Weibo are really respecting the engage of Ultra Prime. They already had control over each side lane, so they're kind of stalling mid to force Ultra Prime to respond to one of them. You can see they're going to go to the other one. So yeah, playing away from the Otacon right now, but that objective really feels like kind of like Baron. Like whenever it gets started, you do have enough time to respond to it on the map, especially this early into its spawning.
Weibo do have those 6 grubs. I wonder how much they want to lean into Reed potentially just knocking on a tier 2 turret here as he gets a pretty stacked wave coming down his way. Teleports available to match him from Wenjiang and Saber if they want it. Ultra Prime may just force the reverse and have Weibo try and compete for them with the Akshan, or we can have another game where Weibo are willing to trade valuable turrets.
Wait, what is going on? We have like multiple recalls being counted. We're just giving this. We're going to 6 grub them instead. We're going to go for double Rift Crash and try and take out 3 turrets to trade for Otacon as Silas going to TP top.
Mid lane, tier 3 turret down. Base broken open by Ultra Prime. Voracious Otacon, you can see the 3 floating red orbs. All of Ultra Prime do have that revive, but as we point out so much, as powerful as this revive can be, it is useless unless you gain something from its 150-second timer.
This is really interesting. I think it's one of the first times where I've seen a team that is up in the game drop it for something strategically. So Weibo playing the map, using their 6 grubs, using the Rift Herald will give away the buff. And now it's going to be a game of survival. And I'm looking over at Ultra Prime. You've got the Otacon buff on your back. You have a team with even Callista ult and Nico in, Pop Blossom. It's your time to go, man. See what you can get done against Weibo as you try and find this upset.
Zhang only going to test his tanky ability into these 2 AP dealers as he wants to cover the tier 2 turret, but he just gets melted through, gets his revive. Hong on the other side is going to be caught. He doesn't get to go back to base as quickly as possible. Rosie Love finds that kill, but Ultra Prime, they've got waves to worry about. I don't know how much they can really get off of that pick.
They're going to get Soul. That's what they're going for. They're going for Mountain Soul. So going to use that. They took down the support, and this is a lot more for Weibo to get through. Mountain Dragon can be really valuable, especially on a champion like Galio. Already have so many resistances, have a magic damage shield. And you're asking a Rumble and a Victor and an MF at this point of the game to get through it. These champions need a little bit more time to get the damage to deal with that. So, again, I think Ultra Prime, next 5-10 minutes of this game, going to be so strong on the map.
Weibo continuing that respect of the engage. They know down a man. They just cannot go into that river. And like you called out, Cubby, the Mountain Soul is giving away the revive. Still got a little bit of life left in it. We'll see how well Ultra Prime wants to use it as Rosie Love. He's disguised as a minion. He's going to flash over Xiaohu. They're going all in for Breathe, and they burn through his health bar. So another pick found by those pivotal ARB keys as they knock down the mid 1 turret behind it as well.
Gonna try and continue the push. Tian will be spotted. He did see the control ward, but doesn't know that he's spotted under a normal ward right now as Ultra Prime. Gonna look to respond, but Tian playing this smart.
Cue the Pink Panther music as they try and figure out what Tian's master plan is here. He already took the Raptors. Tian does not have Krugs to go to, so he's just going to ward hop over. And he's done a pretty good job distracting Ultra Prime from a potential push that could have stacked up with the man advantage.
Yeah, I mean, or even just a Baron Force. Like, you have Otacon, you have Mountain Soul. I mean, if Xunhao bases there, you ignore Tian and just go straight for Baron. What's stopping you from taking that down? I think
it's
the buff... Yeah, the buff would have expired, but oh wait, no, yeah, it's not up. Damn it, Slayer.
Fallen for the classic.
I got season 15.
You did get season 15.
All right, well.
At least we got a minion engage. That's what you always want from an eco player. Rosie Love
honestly,
is really on point this game.
Yeah, I don't love the flash. I know that that's where his team was responding, but honestly, a nice juke from Xiaohu. As 4 melee minions, if you're a pro player, you should be counting those up with a Nico in the game. Saw that one of those was a fake and was able to actually walk under the Pop Blossom, which got him out. That's pretty important for him. So, yeah, I got to say, at this point of the game, too, Ultra Prime, I don't talk about this a lot, I mean, at this level of play, but they're down in resources. Like the Galio and the Silas have been grouping a lot, and they're pretty far behind where Weibo's solo laners are now. So that's where we see the gold deficit, and I'm curious when it starts to really bite them.
biggest one being Xiaohu, who is up nearly over 1,500 gold on his own, contributing almost holistically to the gold lead that Weibo is still clung to despite all of the events. Ultra Prime do not have the Otacon Revive. Nobody, or I guess only one Zhang got to use it in the top side. They're now stacking and try and knock down that last tier 1 turret.
Still impressive for Ultra Prime, and frankly, like already at this point of the series, Ultra Prime is playing this series better than what we thought going in. Like most of us were saying 3-0 Weibo. I was saying 3-1 because it's simply an LPL matchup, and you know you never know what can happen. So far, Ultra Prime's been playing this real well, and fight breaks out.
That was a hijacked depth charge onto Hong. It's a taste of his own medicine. They're not able to pick off the Weibo support. Xiaohu going to step up on his own. Light was not there. He's now sprinting his way towards mid lane to catch the wave as Hong does have a catch of his own, but Junhao, maybe not the target he wants, as he'll try and return to sender, and Heart breaks him to get the reset. Xiaohu trying to kite back Tian, pulled back in by the stolen Nautilus, and now Xiaohu has no more frontline breather, trying to hurdle under their own tier 1 turret, but it's more picks for Ultra Prime, and they're starting to corner and corral the solo lanes for Weibo. The Pop Blossom too low of his health bar for Xiaohu. He goes down. Breathe falls to Wako. It's only Light left up, and the light goes dim. Ace for Ultra Prime and a Baron turn as reward.
And we set up this series talking about jungle, support, teamwork, and how they were able to find engages. What happens there? Hong takes a fight that was a one-way trip to nothing, and Junhao finds the punish in the back half, able to get the resets onto Weibo. Clean wipe for Ultra Prime, and they take the Baron. I replay, I don't know what Hong's looking at here. I know this is the initial engage that we have. Hong does a nice job of disrupting this. They get something from the equalizer, but Breathe kind of fires it protectively, so Rosywov isn't affected when he gets Fates called out, and then Hong, looking here, I mean, there's nothing bad. You got Mountain Soul to get through.
Light's not
Tian's
here.
not in range to engage for this. Doesn't even want it. And then he flashes out, dies to Junhao. Tian does his best to try and interrupt, but then Junhao on this Viego, great Nautilus hook. And it really feels like Hong just out of position, taking an engage that was not good for his team. He gets caught, and that's all Ultra Prime needed to find the wipe.
And while all this is going on, Light, remember, was running up, caught the mid wave, and then because of how this fight expanded in the jungle, he had to walk the long way.
Yeah.
So by the time Light, this full damage MF, even gets to start dishing out, he's lost 2 of his teammates, watches the 3rd crumble. Really desync there from Weibo, and Ultra Prime continuing to punish in that pivotal window you talked about, Cubby, if they want to win this game.
And they're set up really well now with this Baron. They're going to get so much standing gold on the map, and also will have the Baron empowered waves for this Elder Dragon to spawn. So Ultra Prime looking like they can take this series to a 1-1 draw. As at this point, they're favored in this game. And Weibo, they need more than just time at this point. They're going to need Ultra Prime to make mistakes.
You do have the tier 3 boots coming through to add to the scaling factor. It is important to remember that you got to love the Victor MF versus the Silas Callista if this one starts to go pretty late.
Yeah, I think the big thing, though, right now, we have a Elder Dragon spawning here in 15 seconds. Ultra Prime took a really late reset for this, so they're not in position to pressure the objective, but they're also not in position to stop Weibo from getting in. Big thing on my screen, though, I'm looking at, no flash for Xiaohu. There is no flash, though, for the top side of Ultra Prime, especially important on Junhao, as we've seen how important that first reset is in fight. So for me, a lot of eyes on the Viego, and to see if Rosywov and Junhao can one more time sync up and find a good engage.
Not the greatest equalizer. Tian and Xiaohu are able to just walk that one off as Hong goes for another hook that might just cause his demise. Not in position to go for these plays is Hong, as he is hung out to dry, and it might just really force the Elder issue for Ultra Prime. There we go.
Nautilus moment, man. You're behind. You got no stats, and Hong's in a couple spots that he shouldn't be in, and Ultra Prime is punishing.
They have Ren Smite power, so Tian should have no shot at the steal. He's going to get close enough, but if they time it up right, it should be Elder for Ultra Prime. Bullet time's coming across. Pop Blossom from Rosylove is fantastic once again, and with the Elder add to accent it, we are done and dusted with Game 2. Another flawless ace, and Ultra Prime are up 1-1 to shock Weibo Gaming.
Dude, Ultra Prime came to play today, man. Like, game one, I don't know if we were really excited enough for what that that game was. Kind of my fault, because I was calling out the Ambessa was going to be a game breaker later on. That was the case. But, man, this game, Ultra Prime, they were down 6 grubs, but they stuck to their guns, took these dragons, and Rosie Love and Junhao did a great job of opening up space for their carries with some of these engages. Shout out to Wonjung as well. Really sound on the galley. What was a good game for them. Called it out going into this one, Slayer. If there's any draft that Ultra Prime can try and take a win, I thought it was this one, and they did so successfully.
They did it so successfully. They did quicker than Weibo did in their game 1 win, I believe. So, Ultra Prime
time points.
Yes, time points, man. I'm gonna have to like get an extra notepad out here on my second.
No, we should stop counting these. I'm just doing it as a joke now. We're just trying to get to you, you know.
We're having fun with it. Ultra Prime's having fun. Weibo in a position now that they might not have expected, but I am just so I'm happy to see that Rosie Love's form. You know, we talked about it, Cubby. We keep harping on it. Demacia Cup can either, define how your split's going to look, or you can, make something of it, reform, reinstate. And we've now seen Rosie Love have a pretty good Braum game. And now when we really want to see how he played on those Engage champions, the champions that he had some low-light moments. That Nico, I mean, I don't think LPL's, voters are going to give Rosie Love the MVP. I think he's the MVP for these Pop Blossoms.
Who do I give MVP for this game, actually? That's a good question. Honestly, I might give it to Rosie Love. I think that I would have to go with Junhao, though. I don't think that he necessarily gapped his opponent the most. I thought Tien was okay in that game, but him getting the ball rolling in a lot of these fights and also just consistently denying the blue buffs away, like he was getting some counter jungling in against Tien. I thought it was a good look for Junhao, a player that I was asking for even after last game, that I needed to see more from in this early season, and showed some of it there. It was a really solid game from him. He played that Viego very cleanly.
Something we were also worried about from draft, this light MF, it just did not ever get in position to really be effective. It started from that level 1 dive where you're blowing summoners. You called it out in that second fight, right? They're not protecting the MF without summoners, and these bullet times, the thing that really make the MF, they weren't there. They weren't there for me.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, this is going to get like a little bit weird. I think it might have been time for like a Tristana bot game that time around, because the matchups that you want into Kalista, Ashe and Varus are both off the table, so Kalista already goes up in priority. And then you kind of have to pick MF because you can't pick Kai'Sa because you're already showing too much magic damage with both the Rumble and the Victor. Tristana's kind of an old-school matchup against it because you get to throw the E on Kalista's head. It doesn't really matter if you're hop, skipping, and jumping around because between that and the slow you get from Trist W, if you do want to all-in, it's enough, and you outscale. I think that what might have been a better answer and would have actually been really good in that game with already what was showing, but also what ended up showing in the end. Just having the ability to rocket jump out of some of these engages, which proved to be deadly, not just for Light, but for all Weibo gaming in this.
Well, you're going to see at the highlights that start out with Light just getting caught. Xiaohu, once again, just dominating over his lane opponent. I mean, he was up 30 CS levels, but it wasn't enough this game.
That's a concern for Ultra Prime moving forward. I know that Saber has played 2 melee into range matchups, but this matchup he was a little bit too far behind. And unfortunately for Ultra Prime, you're not going to get hung to have a tough game on Nautilus again, because of course this is Fearless draft, so can't happen. Nautilus off the table.
Worried about those hook champions into the Nico. Worried about the hook syndrome that happens. Land the hook, you're going. Just like Leona and Nautilus, very much so in the parent. We threw up the graphic. This is a very big matchup for a guy like Rosie Love into a player of Hong's caliber, and so far through 2 games, he has either been even or really overmatched what Hong has been able to show.
Yeah, Hong's not been on so far today. I think that we saw a really bad whiffed engage in game 1 that led to first blood on himself. And this game saw him take some very questionable engages on the Nautilus. Meanwhile, Rosie Love, lost the Braum game, but we thought was relatively on point. And this time around, Rosie Love, nothing but on point and helping his team win. And we're talking about him being an MVP potentially for this game. So really, really, really sound game from Rosie Love and Ultra Prime. And again, really impressed. I mean, this is one of the first games that we've seen where Otacon A gets traded, and then that team didn't end up using it that well, but came back and won. And so far, it's been Mountain Soul that's been 2-0 today.
Also, Voracious Oddscon. If I'm not. Oh no. I think Ultra Prime got in both games. Never mind. Yes.
Yeah, they did. So
splitting it. So much to track now. You know.
Mountain Soul 2-0.
Yep.
Auticon 1-1. Feats of Strength.
Or it was Hextech Soul game 1. No?
1-1. Yeah, it was, but still Souls 2-0.
Oh, Soul 2-0. Yeah.
Yeah, Souls 2-0. Well, was Feats of Strength 1-1? Because Weibo got it there.
Elders 2-0. Weibo,
as it should be. You know?
Yeah. Feats of Strength is 1-1. Elder is 2-0.
Based on our 2-game sample size, everyone is freaking out about the new additions to League this season. You know, it just doesn't matter.
What does matter is where this MVP boat is coming, as I am once again just outclassed in the dress-up from our awesome LPL casters, nonetheless. But I'm preaching for the Rosy love.
Is it a Wako? Maybe a sneaky Wako? It's definitely not Saber. I feel like Saber's been kind of gapped in his first 2 games, but that's the one answer I can give. It's not Saber. I'm actually kind of curious to where this one goes. I can make a case for Lunjung too. I really could.
It's Rosy Love.
Yeah,
all right,
it's Rosy Love. Okay, let's go. They got it right. They
got it right. They're giving the love over to this Nico. I mean, the stats back it up. Nearly 80% kill participation, 2-2 and 16 on the champion as well. Rosy Love really needs to forge his path here, make a case for what he can be as a support in the LPL, and it is impressive. Ultra Prime making a case for a team to take a lot more seriously, and it only brings up the excitement for us, Cubby, because our best of 5 has now virtually turned into a best of 3.
Oh yeah, I mean we're at least getting more than 3 games here. Looking forward to that, and hopefully we just keep on seeing good things out of Ultra Prime. Again, they've really surprised me today. They've come out swinging a lot more than I thought they would, and excited to see if this means that we have a good series to wrap things up, and not just a Weibo, bouncing back and really locking in from here. Because frankly, I thought this draft from Ultra Prime was really sound. The Kalista Nico with Galio over the top into the Rumble Victor pairing early off the bat. I did not like that opener to the draft from Weibo, and it ended up showing in the end. Great Galio pick. The Kalista was already there for good prio, and they stuck to the guns in the Dragon and ended up being really good. So again, props to Ultra Prime. They've come out swinging a lot better than what I thought it would be today.
Props to Ultra Prime. Props to everybody still hanging out with us in the chat as we continue our LPL coverage on the unofficial English broadcast. We're going to take a moment to rest as we have a lot of games ahead of us. Game number 3 draft, Weibo's side selection coming your way after a few messages. Stay with us. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the Back in action here on the unofficial English broadcast for the LPL, one of the greatest league in the world, and Ultra Prime showing us why with how teams can defy expectations. And I'm talking about my 3-0 Weibo prediction. I could not have been more happy to be wrong, as they had the more convincing win of the 2 wins split between our teams.
Yeah, and it's been a pleasant surprise from Ultra Prime, a team that really didn't look good in Demacia Cup. I mean, those games were ugly, to be frank, that we saw on the map from Ultra Prime. But hey, this time around against Weibo, definitely came to play today. What the one thing that we were looking at tape, really wanted to see, was better performances from Junhao and Rosywub, and those were the 2 carries really in the last game that notched them that first win against Weibo, evened up the series. Now with Weibo having side select, might be our first time in the series we actually get a side swap going into game number 3.
Like to see it. I would be interested to see how Weibo would approach the draft on the blue side, especially now that we've already seen some of those like coveted B1 picks taken away. Especially, you know, I know Ashe isn't like the most flashy AD carry to play. I always love watching how Light plays it. Not going to get a chance at it, but you know, there's still some pretty coveted picks for Weibo to swing on towards that blue side. Skarner not going to be one of them. You know, Flowers, if you're listening, man, you're never going to see your Skarner on the LPL stage. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm wondering too if like a side swap maybe opens up an Orianna pick. Like they might be okay letting Orianna through if they get to respond R3 if you are Ultra Prime. So again, bans pretty stable. I was actually surprised to see how much the bans swapped up in that last game. I was not expecting that, as usually in Fearless they're consistent because just the champs get picked end up getting banned away, and then it's like, well, if we ban Skarner in game 1, we kind of have to ban him for the entire series because we don't want to see Skarner ever. So yeah, I will be interested to see if we do end up getting a side swap the way I think we will, how that changes up bans, because having 3 games with relatively different bans is something that I think is kind of unique to Fearless Draft. Actually, it doesn't happen all the time.
Certainly is. You know what is also unique is told to us by the awesome historian Kelsey, one of the admins running behind the scenes, is while it wasn't the same format, the last time Ultra Prime beat Weibo Gaming, they lost game 1 in a best of 3, but then won the rest of the games out. You're in position to do that again. It's just a lot harder of a spot, like Cubby has mentioned, with the Fearless, and the fact that it's 3 games instead of 2 that they're going to have to win. Well, I guess 2 games now, but 3 in total, for all you mathematicians out there.
I mean, if history repeats itself, that'd be pretty crazy. And you know, just keep in mind that these teams, they hate each other, but they're also in love. But they don't like each other. But there's a nice little social media romance going on. You know, it's the best fan fiction that we could bring from LPL.
Oh no! Don't say the word fan fiction. I think Yanni's gonna fly out of a corner somewhere, and I don't want to be included in another one. You can all find that out for yourself.
Another one.
Yeah, he wrote me into one of them, man.
Nice. Congrats,
Not
man.
nice. Not congrats. Yeah. None of this. I don't want it. I did not sign up for any of this, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't entertained by it. Nonetheless, you know, talking about this group, though, you know, looking across the board, obviously, you talked about how some of these teams in Demacia Cup, you know, are looking to rebound from it. We've got Ultra Prime in an even series against Weibo. We expect to be the favorites out of Group B. JDG, you know, not the performance they wanted at Demacia Cup. If we get an Ultra Prime upset, I feel like this Group B becomes so much more intriguing for teams that aren't OMG, potentially. Maybe OMG. I mean, they'd like to see Weibo drop after dropping to them. Still gives them more of a shot, I guess.
Possibly not. We'll see as we get into this, you know. I mean, I will say that for the groups, an Ultra Prime win would make this group fascinating for the rest of it, which I kind of think is what we're getting at here. Yeah, if we want to see a mix-up and some real upsets, then I think you're rooting for an Ultra Prime win.
I'm with it. I'm certainly with it. We should be getting into draft shortly to see what this Game 3 will look like because, you know, everyone likes to talk about momentum builders in series. Usually it's the best of ones. Or sorry, the game 1s in best of 5s, best of 3s. Now, Game 3, it just the stakes are just completely pushed up here. New sides, Game 3, you get yourself on that match point, you create some breathing room. Just so excited.
Yeah, and I mean, this has, again, been a very different day than what we were expecting going in. And I mean, really props to Ultra Prime for actually coming to play. And honestly, it's been a fun day to have the new patch because there's been some learnings. I mean, that last game was weird where we had 6 grubs versus 4 dragons. The 6 grub team gave up Otacon to get a good push, and then we're able to survive it, but then we're not able to win the game because other decisions made. But one of the more interesting macro games we've seen so far in the new patch, where really got to see some push and pull between these new objectives.
On to the draft. Weibo on the blue side for the first time all series long. Similar bans being levied. Orianna been banned out constantly. Skarner as well. The Nocturne and Yone. Pretty common tropes. Jace as well. Not much switched up, and that makes it more fun for the picks because with Fearless, we know we got to see some new things in. Corki, the immediate B1. Some flexibility there, Cubby, but expecting it going likely towards light in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and frankly, that's a pick that I'm a little bit surprised we just have had no presence of so far. I know that the Ashe Varus handshakes have been... We're kind of used to seeing that against the Corki. Maybe new patch, we just don't have Corki being played or prioed as much. As I will say, going through the champions that have been picked so far, it does really feel like the Ashe Varus do get the first nods. But yeah, that being said, of course, it is Fearless Draft. You get further down the rabbit hole of what's played, what's available, and definitely seeing a little bit of a switch up here with that Corki being picked up. And Ultra Prime, you already played that Braum. You can't play that one again. So it will be the Leona for Rosie Love.
Oh boy, here we go. Rosie Love. It's time to beat the demons. All right, that Leona flash engage is burned into my brain. Let's replace it with some new memories and get rid of that Demacia Cup play. I like the little Zyra hover as well. That's been frequently banned away from Junhao, so we'll see if he wants to play it. Still kind of powerful. Obviously not the AP Zyra in the jungle that everybody was terrified of about a year's time ago.
Yeah, I think that with the Xin being picked up, especially with that Jax.
I missed a jungler being locked in R1.
Hang on, there was a Xin Zhao top, so I'm helping you out here. We're trying to give you some points.
I definitely lost draft points right there by not noticing.
No, don't worry about it. Just talk about Xin Zhao top, which is not playable against Jax, as we actually saw Jax jungle being played into Xin jungle last split. Very popular matchup over in the LEC. Will be Gragas picked up, so that soft counter, the neutralizer to breathe in the top side. Breathe, fantastic Jax player, though, so do like the start that we have for Weibo in this draft already. Sejuani
going to be the first ban away for Ultra Prime, as they're taking away some tank ability that could come in for Weibo. Likely only going to be in that jungle from now on, unless Xiaohu wants to get real creative with his champion pool. The Rakan, definitely want to pair somebody with him to dive through with those charms, because definitely going to be one of the squishier supports. You can't just get away with that grand entrance into the charms. There's a lot of ways to interrupt it, especially with a Leona, the knock away from a Xin Zhao, and like you mentioned, the Gragas. So I like this from Ultra Prime, trying to take away buddies like we've been talking about all series long, Cubby, for that jungle support synergy we're looking for.
Yeah, and again, that really has been the story of the series. We're coming in. I mean, we were flying bad clips of Junhao and Rosie Love playing in Demacia Cup. Like, they were just not synced up, not together at all. Whereas we saw really good things out of Tian and Hong in their run in Demacia Cup and their series even earlier on against OMG. Today, it's been Junhao and Rosie Love, especially in that last game. Fantastic. The Pop Blossoms were top tier from Rosie Love. So we'll see if that can continue, because for us, that's really the hopes of Ultra Prime. Like, Wonjung was someone that was really promising in the PCS in his first split. We've seen Wako compete on the international stage. Pretty serviceable AD carry that's hoping to make some waves now in LPL. So it's really, if these guys can have good setup around players that we've seen have success in regions like the PCS, that's really where the hopes are riding for Ultra Prime in this split.
AD carry pool's been pretty heavily pinched by Weibo, so Wako's going to land on the Ezreal. A lot of self-peel, a lot of self-protection, lacking a little bit in
another one?
Damage. Oh, another Pantheon jungle. All right, that's
well,
two in a week.
Is it jungle? Because wasn't the last Pantheon played top? And
no, the one I saw from JJ was jungle for
okay,
LNG.
Yeah, okay, that's jungle. So it's funny because I was talking about this champ for like emerging and fearless, because we had some teams in NACL that played a lot of Pantheon. I thought it could have snuck in top. I'm still really curious, just because I mentioned the Xin Zhao versus Jax matchup earlier. Jax has a very positive matchup in the Xin Zhao in the jungle. Zin's auto attack damage base. Jax always pretty good against that with a dodge. I'm wondering if it's Panth into Gragas, because you can blow up Gragas really early on in the lane phase, and you kind of force a tank Gragas, because if you go for the Tier, the Catalyst, like the Roa, that kind of build, it's too slow for Pantheon. So I think it's going to be Tien Pantheon. It is a special for Tien way back when, but I'm just interested to see how this shakes out. I'm hopeful.
Hopeful indeed. Talia going to be the R5 pick here for Junhao. Okay. So that has been, I've heard whispers that, oh, excuse me, for Saber. I forgot. I keep forgetting this hints out. I keep hearing that Talia is pretty potent on this patch from a couple of reliable sources in the NA scene. Okay,
I like that. We'll say that with the earlier buff being spawned and some of the feats of strength, the just brute force push you get from Talia earlier on, I could see that being a little bit valuable, like pretty valuable. I know win rates haven't moved a lot, but you for sure get some more power if you get wins earlier on in the game. So yeah, that's going to be the pick, and we'll see what that Talia can do in terms of impact in the map. Gotta say, Saber, not been a great performer for Ultra Prime in the first 2 games, so hopefully this is a champ where he can really pick things back up. And it is a matchup that I don't think is the best for Talia, so he's going to need some help from Rosie Love and Junhao to get involved in the mid lane or really take advantage of Talia, because once you get 6 as Ahri, really positive matchup against Talia, able to match some of the push, and then, of course, that mobility from the Spirit Rush gets you out of those Talia combos.
I'm just looking for Talia to utilize those slipping stones like you're talking about, because it can be tough for the Ahri, but you've got dashes that will cause stuns from the Pantheon, the Jax, the Rakan, and the Ahri like you're talking about. So those slipping stones could really help turn some of these fights. And in fights that have been as close and tough in this series, those little things, move a mile.
Yeah, that's a great read. Obviously, Talia, I don't love the individual lane matchup. You cannot question the power that Talia brings to the comp and also to the game. Just ability to go impact other lanes. So we'll see if Saber can successfully do so.
As we successfully transition on to the Rift for a 3rd time. Game number 3. You can hear the LPL fans sticking true to their nature, excited even more so now that we are 1 apiece. Ultra Prime trying to continue what has been a upset, I wouldn't say upset heavy, but pretty upset oriented start to this LPL split.
I mean, Demacia Cup was interesting. We've really lacked upsets so far in outside of Thunder Talk, of course. Can't disrespect TT, but yeah, we'll see if Ultra Prime can actually make a big one happen. Again, really shake this group up if this goes through, as at the moment, they will be spotted a nice, clever ward being dropped. Oh, I didn't spot Rosie Love. Okay. I like that ward, though, because if you do cross to place the ward in the rush for Raptors, that would have been spotted. And you do, it looks to be a lane swap scenario emerging here for Weibo. I do like this setup. I think that the Corki, Rakan, you can push around Ezreal, Leona very early. I'm trying to work through this matchup in my head. In the new season, Ezreal has range advantage. Leona can kind of cancel Rakan, but you can sustain usually. I will say, though, that in the lane swap scenario, I think that the Jax's ability to get some XP here versus the Gragas, very much favorable for the Jax. You can see Breathe using the Counter-Strike to try and make sure he's in XP range for these first 3 melee creeps that will drop. He gets them successfully, whereas Wonjung's yet to get... oh, actually, he was able to cheese some XP. Surprisingly so. They did increase the XP range this patch by 100 units. And I'm wondering if that was enough to get Wonjung the melee creeps he did, because he was sitting in that Tribe Rush. I thought he was zoned off, but he actually picked up the XP. That's... I'd be really curious to actually watch that back and see where he was to make sure he gets the XP, because it could be a huge change to lane swaps. You can actually pick up the XP from the Tribe Rush.
Could do big things. Gotta look earlier at a lot of these rune choices coming across. I'm gonna flex my Ezreal OTP muscles here, like Wako going with the PTA instead of the Conqueror into a comp that's a lot more squishy, allow you to burst a lot more, and you kind of need to lean into that earlier damage, as Ultra Prime are a team that do get kind of disgustingly outscaled. I feel it everywhere except maybe jungle.
Side lane's going to be hard for them later on against the Ahri and the Jax. Also the Panth, just to force that. Yeah, I think they do get outscaled. I'm with you on this. Ezreal's like the one hope. And Gragas is just really like the soft counter to try and split things up in fights. But overall, yeah, I do like Weibo's draft.
Tian sets up the charm well through Saber's flash. Xiaohu positions it perfectly, and the one tried and true thing through 3 games so far, Xiaohu finding himself leads in mid lane.
Yeah, and can't get away from that point and click stun from the Pantheon. No stones able to even be put down by Saber. I don't know if they were on cooldown on the ground or not, but just couldn't react to that one in time. Will be first blood going over.
Tian got that. That is a scuttle for Tian, and now Junhao just might be dead here. Charmful combo. Xiaohu expertly flashes over the seismic shove to grant that second kill for himself. Saber trying to throw those stones back out to get Tian very low, running out of damage though. Can he cut down the angle in time? Tian does not have the right turret to go back to, so Saber will find himself a trade, but Xiaohu 2-0 in a pivotal game for Weibo.
I mean, this Ahri really has the potential to be big now, because if you get ahead on Ahri early on, if you get the AP breakpoint to, kill those mage creeps at 7, you take away the Talia's power to shove that she has early on, and then you can start to move first against Talia, can really, really shake up the game, especially when you pair that with a Pantheon. Once you get 6, able to attack the side lanes. Really nice start here for Xiaohu in the mid lane, as Wanzhong.
Wanzhong might just get his health bar completely demolished. Does have to burn the flash, so praise him for his ability to sneakily grab XP
that
in
hurts.
some avenues.
He's down TP, so that's a tempo killer for him.
Saber's just dead.
Yep.
Wow. Rough. It's rougher for Saber.
Yeah, it's not been a good series for Saber so far. He has been outmatched in this mid lane, and with Tian coming to help on out, not much that he can do here, as, man, that's going down twice. That's expensive, and this time the kill going over to the Pantheon. Not bad.
Not bad, to the tune of near about 1,400 gold lead, as Wanzhong will return to his lane counterpart, Breathe. All right, we're getting fancy with the proxy tech. Unfortunately for him, Junhao is right here, so it can really make it difficult to hold this.
But if they show onto Breathe, that means the grubs are pretty much gone, because it would be too much time for Junhao to get back. I think that's the bet that Breathe's taking, and we'll see if he can get out.
Yeah, he's really risking it. Flashed for it all. Counter-strike up. Going to get the stun. Hop back over to his pink ward. He's just buying time here. He does get Saber to swing over as well as Junhao gets the kill. Like you pointed out, Cubby opens up the grubs for free for Tian. Oh, grand entrance knockup from Hong. Rosie Love should be safe.
Hong just looking for the poke damage, of course, on Rakan. Those Qs, you can sustain back most of the health that you end up taking, as Q's rather nice 1.1 durability on the Rakan, and making sure that they get the top side prio will be the free first grubs going over to Weibo. This is matched by the Dragon being taken by Junhao.
So big grand entrance knockup. Rosie Love wants the smoke, though. Goes right back in onto Hong. Ignite dropped. Both supports limping away.
Still, objectives going to be taken. It is Tian that's first on the play, with that chunk being up towards the top lane, too. Tian can look to dive. Pantheon so strong in this early game with that point-and-click stun and the damage you get, especially from that passive. A lot of pressure being put down onto Wako. And those first 3 grubs already being put to use, as that's 4 plates off the top lane turret. A lot of gold in Light's pockets.
Weibo Gaming are a turret plate's worst nightmare in this series, man. I mean, they got perfect 15 last time, and they're on track to get and lost. That's true, actually. You know what? That's a statistic I'd like to see.
Yeah.
How many times do you watch a team that gets 15 of the 15 turret plates lose?
I'm not sure. That's hard to do with again, the last game. Like, from a macro standpoint, that game was disgusting, but also fascinating, just because it's the new patch. We got to see some really interesting decisions being made around some of the epic monsters and what's being secured. So, yeah, that definitely one that might be curious to go back through and see what was good or bad.
But what is interesting in this game with the new season that I want to point out, Cubby, is that with all that turret damage, because Weibo grabbed first blood this time around, they could get some of the earliest. They could get feats of strength here before a majority of their members even buy those tier 2 boots with how low that top tier 1 turret is.
Yeah, true. I mean, this thing's falling. You can see the swap being forced. Or the hand for Ultra Prime is forced. They have to keep on swapping into this, right? You cannot put Wanzhong up here. And this is where I think the trade they had on the one Jung that stopped him up top, like they got that wave in for free. Ultra Prime were not quick enough to respond to that initial swap, and then one Jung lost resources down to the bot lane too. Of course, Breathe overextended on that one. Also, Breathe as a tier, is there some Jax tech that I'm just not familiar with right now? Yeah, this is okay. This is interesting. We might have to second monitor this one, Slayer. We're gonna do some live updates here on the solo queue.
I mean, are you trying to go Thimble? It's Thimble Winter, right? That's what I assume Wazjong is gonna burn his. I actually see he's also burned his Flash up against Breathe.
Yeah.
So we'll have to monitor that one. As both bottom lanes are still shrugging it out here. Wako and Rosie Love forced back though, as Rosie Love takes a bit of a chunk engage.
So one Jung has the option between both.
Oh, it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. Tien, I mean, it's rinse and repeat, deja vu, however you want to describe it. Tien and Xiaohu have marked Saber for death over and over again.
At point and click for the charm is rather charming, but I say so myself.
Oh, okay, all right. Ultimates. True Shot Barrage hits 2 there from Wako. Is Rosie Love forced to flash away from a good Hong engage. Wako trying to dodge around these rockets, but Light a lot more healthy, and this might just be those feats of strength coming down. How much do Ultra Prime want to sacrifice just to keep those away from Weibo? Because those health bars are blinking. Rosie Love and Wako, I don't know if you can stay here.
They can't, but Saber has ult. He's trying to make his way up, but this is a Demolish coming through. That should pretty much be the turret. We'll see if Saber wants to pop the R, as, yeah, the Grubs end up knocking it down to the end. That's first brick and feats of strength. Secured for Weibo. And Saber doesn't feel confident enough to go in here, and he's spotted out now. So, yeah, I mean, Ultra Prime continue to really fall behind in this one. And this Ahri Pantheon combo is not being navigated very well by Saber and Ultra Prime. It's been a fast start here for Weibo.
So fast that they only have one member with the gold allocation for their items that actually gets the tier 2 upgrade bits. It's just Hong. Everybody else has their tier 1 boots right now, as you normally would. Breathe just bought his.
Breathe got it. Let's go. Yeah.
Okay, but that was after it was taken?
It was a post-mortem.
So.
Yeah, it was post-mortem, you know. Post feats of strength mortem. Anyway, I don't think that's how that works, but we'll figure that out later. I'm speaking of figured out later, what is this tier going towards for Jax? Is it Fimbulwinter Jax? Or, like, what is going on here?
There's a lot of AP that, you know, he can block off here.
I mean, it's interesting. That said, Grubs are being taken. Probably focus on this.
Ooh, Rosie Love. There's a good solar flare. Tien tries to use his shield to block a ton of damage, but snap engage from Ultra Prime will stop. Too many mites coming out from Weibo Gaming. They'll only have 1, 4-2 on the Grub split. Charm gonna land there from Xiaohu.
Yeah. I mean, it still is a really good scenario here for Weibo. Like, yes, Tien goes down, but Breed gets all this free time on the bot turret. They had top shoved in, so Saber has to respond. And Weibo, even though they don't get all the grubs, they lose someone, the pressure's still on. They're playing out their grub advantage well by pressuring 2 lanes.
Xiaohu at it again. He is vicious on this Ahri. You could just feel Weibo are angry for dropping that game 2 the way they have piloted this early game.
I don't really know what Ultra Prime does here, like what their game plan is. 'Cause for me, like the way this comp gets going is you play through mid, you try and get the Talia freed up with his in, and then you can go make plays on side lanes quickly. But Tien Xiaohu just shut that down so early in the game. And now you're just kind of left to, okay, we're down Grubs, we're down Prio in multiple sides when you're going up against a Jax and Ahri that's this far ahead. And the Corki is still able to kind of walk up and thwack you in the face with a Gatling gun and all the damage that he packs at his kit early, especially as he's close to being on his way towards that Triforce. It really feels like Ultra Prime. Like, I don't know how they play their way out of this game. They got to look for picks, look for something, and so far it's not a good start.
They're going after Breathe with Rosie Love, trying to cut down the angle. Good flash from Breathe before Rosie Love can get the stun, as the Zenith Blade would have taken him under turret. Ultra Prime just thinking, overloading bot lane, playing towards that side of the map. It will get them a start onto this Infernal Drake. Junhao's got it pretty low. Hong finds it out. Light coming over. This could cost Ultra Prime. They'll secure the Dragon, but their flank is being covered, and Xiaohu is coming in for more kills. First one down on Junhao. Rosie Love should be next to fall. Knock up from Hong, and boy, did that Dragon cost Ultra Prime. It might cost them even more here with Wenzhong.
Yeah, he does have flash. No ult, though, and Xiaohu still 3 charges of ult, using them well.
I mean, it's precision execution after precision execution for Tien and Xiaohu. 8 kills, 4K gold lead and more for Weibo.
This is one way to get a mid-jungle duo rolling, you know? Spent a lot of time talking about jungle support in this series, Slayer. About time that we get some mid-jungle. That duo some recognition as Tien and Xiaohu making the most of it. Of course, Tien being that new addition for Weibo with Tarzan and finding his way on anyone's Legends for this one. And Tien has just done nothing but excellent things in terms of punishing Saber, getting Xiaohu ahead. And it doesn't feel like Weibo is going to be looking back in this one, Slayer. I think this one's gotten a little bit too quickly out of control. And I just, again, don't know how Ultra Prime play their way back into this one. They need time to scale with items. They need time to scale with champions. Then they do not outscale Weibo, who are already very far ahead and will have all the side lane pressure in the world as this game continues.
Weibo's mid-jungle duo is the holders of all 8 of their early game kills, if you're talking kill participation.
It's not bad.
Not bad. Even despite maybe a more active early game in the kill count, still getting Voracious Atacon, Revive Atacon. Ruinous Atacon just does not exist in this league.
Now, we need the GAs. It's LPL, man, you know?
I'm with it. I mean, hey, more fights for me to cast, right? It's just how it is. It right, you know?
Well, it'd be interesting to see if we get any more interesting macro decisions being made around this Otacon. As I will say with the last one, couple of interesting, you know, trades that we haven't exactly seen. Dropping Otacon to take turrets, to drop Rift Heralds. See if that ends up being the case again this time around.
Cubby, we've got incoming updates from the Breathe build camp. I think this is just like a pure tank Jax. Is that a...
Oh, man, he took a page out of Flanders, man. This is... Tank Jace has expanded the Tank Jax.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, unfortunately.
They've massacred my boy.
You know what? Sometimes they just have to do that to our boys, sadly.
Oh, first Weaver's Wall of the game from Saber. Seismic shove onto Hong, but he's safe. And the Weaver's Wall betrays Saber at the end of the day. He just doesn't get anything for that first ultimate.
Yeah, I really don't know why we ended up going for Tank Jax here. I mean, we can't really kill Jax anyway, is my theory. I will say the Frozen Fist is going to make things... I mean, they're going to be pretty sticky. If you are Weibo chasing things down, I just don't know how necessary this was. I'm expecting a Fimbulwinter now after that showing, and Fimbulwinter is a really strong item. I think Fimbulwinter is really, really good. So good to see some people putting that in their build path, but I don't know if we need to do it on Jax.
Ooh, Hong caught by another Seismic shove. Good engage from Rosie Love, but they just don't have enough juice in the tank, and now the Weibo turn comes out. Junhao does block Xiaohu's charm through the Crescent Guard, but they are not winning the health bar battle, and here comes the Grand Starfall. Tien is flying on in, and Rosie Love's down. Wako has to cleanse one stun, kite himself back, but they leave Saber to the wasteland. Kill secured by Light. Ultra Prime are scattered, and there is just no way for them to find rhythm in this one.
Yeah, Rift Herald should be secured here for Weibo afterwards as a return to form after dropping the last game to Ultra Prime, and in decisive fashion, as Weibo, I would say, doing some styling in this game 3. If it wasn't Fearless Draft, it would for sure be styling. But since Fearless format, minor styling. I mean, Tien's just been a beast in this one. There's really not much else to say. Mid got so out of control that it really funneled into the rest of the map, and Ultra Prime have not had great responses. Hong, yeah, he's like kind of caught here, but you still have ult, so he just walks on out. The TP from Wenzhong is a little bit late, and then with how far behind you are, Tien just gets to open up a beautiful Grand Starfall. Can't be
Shot
matched.
barrage means nothing. I mean, Rosie Love falls for a second time, and Weibo, I think they're starting to limit tests here a bit as you see Hong get caught going a little too far forward, but Weibo still have control of mid lane and that bottom quadrant jungle as they continue to stack advantages and gold and neutral objectives. Ultra Prime looking for a bit of a bite back here. Xiaohu forced to use his quickness, or Spirit Rush, excuse me, to get away from that seismic shove.
That'll do. Now, I'm kind of curious. They're actually hitting the dragon.
Ooh, Weaver's Wall. It's going to
Yep.
trap Tien, but I don't think Saber wants that
Yep.
smoke. Once again, they just can't really go for these engages. Ultra Prime are too far behind, and it's allowing for Weibo to just sit back, relax, and claim kill after kill. Next one going to be Wako as he's bopped by the Jax with the frozen fists. Wonjong dodging away from these rockets. He'll escape, but it's another win for Weibo. It's been all wins for Weibo in this game 3.
Yeah, again, Ultra. I'm looking at this dragon like, okay, we're hitting this, we're starting this. We sent the support back to base, and that's what we're gonna go off of. Unfortunately, that's just kind of the state of the game that Ultra Prime's in. They're forced to make bad decisions because things are not getting better for them, and things only continue to get better for Weibo as they are too far ahead for Ultra Prime to be taking the fights where they are too far behind. So top inner falls, or top inner about to fall. Bot inner does fall. And yeah, again, like Hong is in base. Rosie Wall does have some prio, but Saber just walks right into Tien, who presses W, gets help from his buddy Xiaohu, who he set up for the entire game, and says, nice ult, buddy. Thanks for hopping in. Gets to take him down for free, and not much that Ultra Prime can do from there.
Thank you for cutting down the range on my stun, and see you later. To the tune of a dragon, a couple of kills. Ultra Prime's one fleeting hope was maybe stacking those Drakes for another Mountain Soul. That has been vanquished, and they have no real estate to really operate in, and I'm just excited to see how far Xiaohu's going to push his kit here. He's got a fully stacked Dark Seal, 2 items of the Lich Bane done already. He could really pump out ludicrous damage.
Yeah, I will say I do like the Witchbane and also the stacked up Dark Seal on Ahri a lot. I think Witchbane, we saw Faker using it at Worlds. It's an item that for me is kind of slept on when it comes to Ahri, but its use case is when you are up against squishies and that bonus, like you're able to weave in autos, but also that bonus move speed can just help you out that wee bit. Because if you do squeeze in the autos between your abilities with the Witchbane, it does really up the DPS on Ahri, and I think it's a really good game to do it. Not just given how far ahead Xiaohu is, but also given the drafts of the comp.
And the split push ability of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, that helps too.
That's
always nice too.
I'm curious to see here as Ultra Prime are as far behind as they've always been. I'll have to hold that point as we have another grand Starfall. Tien doesn't get stunned up by the Solar Flare and then jumps back in, layering the stuns here. True Shot Barrage rakes across Weibo, taking a ton of damage, but they're able to prevail, and who else but Xiaohu just eviscerating the entire line created by Ultra Prime, and that's a clean as an ace, and the man himself who did it for Weibo Gaming.
All right, Tien MVP or Xiaohu MVP?
I mean, it's 1,000% Xiaohu, and I don't.
Okay. I'm sad for Tien. I feel like I gotta give it to Tien based on the Pantheon. That's it. Like, this guy picked Pantheon and just went full Mantheon mode as he just destroyed mid and destroyed the game. And Weibo destroyed the base of Ultra Prime before the new Baron could even spawn. Dominating win from them.
21.5 minutes, all that's needed, nearly half the time Weibo took in their Game 1 victory. And all I gotta say to that MVP talk from you, Cubby, is I didn't see them flash Tien full screen while the league game was still going, man. So I think this one's done.
Yeah, sadly, it's probably gonna go over to Xiaohu. But Matt, I gotta say, really, really good look coming out yet again from Weibo, and good to see Tien. I felt like he was okay in the last game that he dropped on the Lee Sin, but man, sticking to that early aggression, taking out a pick like the Pantheon that is a pick that's seeing some play in the Fearless format. Looked really good that game. So nice to see some of the unique picks not only emerging, but also being used to great success by these players. Saber just did not respect the first timer the Panth could have been there. Not positioned, not ready for it. And man, they really blew up that Talia in that landing phase.
We talked about it at the start of this one. What we, for just the future of Weibo, what we want to see from them is, you know what you're going to get from guys like Xiaohu, guys like Light. but we want to see Weibo start off quicker and early. Well, they finally accomplished that goal, and it looked blistering. 21.5 minutes. That is a way to answer after Ultra Prime. Punchy in the mouth. Weibo now much more in control. But we're 3 games deep now into this best of 5, and we're going to take a bit of extra time to get some rest here, rehydrate, and prep ourselves for what could be a climactic finish. We'll be back after a bit of an extended break here to check out the obvious Xiaohu MVP pick and the post-game that Ultra Prime fans are going to look away from. We'll see you in a few. Hope you didn't ultra miss us too much as we took a bit of a longer break after game number 3, but I think Ultra Prime definitely wanted it. One of the biggest blowouts of the LPL split so far, 21.5 minutes for Weibo Gaming to get their get back and set themselves up in a nice spot, Cubby, to go 2-0 in their group early on.
Yeah, I mean, clinic put on by Tian and Xiaohu, who were just beasts in that one. Really not much else to say in terms of what went on in that game 3, but man, I gotta say, whenever the Pantheon shows up and looks like a Mantheon, I'm a bit of a fan, and I'm really hoping that ends up being a Tian MVP.
And Pantheon's a Mantheon, Cubby is a Pantheon. Gotta love it. Here's the post game that tells the story that is very obvious. The only gold graph where we don't even see a shade of Ultra Prime, tons of damage differences. This is the... I feel, Cubby, it's early, so rust is obviously a factor. You can get some low-light games from contenders, but through 3 games in the series, I think we've seen what the shaky parts of Weibo can be and what the best parts of Weibo can be.
I think that that's very fair. And frankly, I feel like, you know, sometimes in LPL, it gets to be a longer season. A lot of games are played. A lot of high volatility comps. You know, you see a little bit of Jekyll and Hyde on the Rift, and that's okay. That kind of comes with the region, and it's part of the fun of it, quite frankly. And so you take the good or the bad. I don't think it's been the day that Weibo was looking for exactly, but that type of game was a game they were looking for exactly. A little bit deeper into Fearless Draft, a little bit deeper in those champ pool pockets, and it ended up being really good for Weibo Gaming.
We talk all the time about how some teams in these Best of 5 Fearless formats like to lean towards, you know, more pocket picks early on and then get those big-time picks here. Weibo really accelerated that, picking the Ahri, the Corki, especially here, 2 picks that feel pretty big. Hey, there you go, Cubby. You get player of the game points from me as Tien was rewarded for how he was able to just set up his mid laner, fly high, and the stats back up a pretty darn good game as well.
And just to think, they actually featured Xiaohu at the back half of the broadcast, you know?
They full screened that man.
They did. They tried to buff him up for that big Ahri team fight, but it was the jungler the whole time that did the dirty work, that set him up for that moment, that gets the most valuable wow, I'm really NICL brain there. I almost said most valuable prospect. MVP in the end. MVP including Pantheon and Pantheon in that abbreviation, of course, you know?
Congrats to Tien, 7 years in the LPL, and he grabs himself his first MVP, I believe. Those MVP counts up to 1. So the bigger question now becomes, as we look ahead, Cubby, what do you what do you want to see from Ultra Prime with the side selection? How do you rebound? Besides the fact that you got to go for that goldfish idea and just forget what the hell just happened.
I mean, they really had draft advantage in that game too. Like the Galio into a Rumble Victor start, really good. At least this time in Game 4, you do get access to the blue side if you want it again. Really important for some of these teams. So I gotta say, I'm wondering, you know, what works for this team. We are getting deeper and deeper into these champion pools as we get through the Fearless draft. So for me, the thing that really worked for them was the Kalista Nico with the Galio. Like that was just brute force, go forward, press R. Managed to get some really nice moments out of both Rosie Love and Junhao in that game. So I think for me, like, I'm not exactly sure what comfort means for Junhao, but I feel like he needs comfort. I know that time around, Saber was just bullied in the jungle, but the one good game that we saw, I feel like the biggest difference in play was actually Junhao, who had a massive game too. So hoping that we see something that can help enable him again. So maybe trying to use blue side to get a jungle counter pick. That's kind of where my head's at right now.
Certainly with you there. I'd like to see, I mean, this is the toughest task I could give to Ultra Prime, but if we look at how points in this series, right, we've seen Light limited by Ultra Prime pretty well. Not just even in the game they won, even in Game 1, didn't have ton of big time plays. Light has been limited. We've seen shaky moments from Hong and, like you pointed out, Junhao. The one prevailing thought, and it makes sense knowing he's LPL royalty, but Ultra Prime, I gotta get Saber going and be effective, because the difference in mid lane, you pointed out well, Cubby, it will be their doom as the series goes on, and it showed up in Game 3, and it could be the defining factor in Game 4 even in Game 5, Ultra Prime get there. It's a hard task to accomplish, though.
Yeah, and I mean, we really have talked about a lot jungle support duos and how they're able to play, interact with each other, interact with the map throughout all this. That last game being defined by mid jungle was a little bit different, but so far, I mean, it still has been a much better performance for Roselove and Junhao than what we saw in Demacia Cup. So just any way to continue to run with that, or there are still some big picks that are up. It could be Prioed. Like, if you go blue side, I think Renekton looks really good, just being a safer blind. You still have Gnar that you have to deal with. It's on the table for each of these teams, which isn't the best, not the most fun answer and matchup in the long haul. So, but just trying to think of like more blinds that work, that are still available to you at this point of Fearless can be sometimes difficult for players. So, yeah, just kind of curious to see how these drafts shake out and what we see. And it has been really interesting that we see the meta within Fearless, like a lot of teams going for the Ashe Varus early on in drafts, and then I feel like a lot of the comps we've seen so far is shaped around bot lane, because when you get games where it's like, Kalista being played, like that's going to warp the map a lot. Ashe Varus, it's very utility focused. You got to take damage elsewhere. Whereas that game, you have Corki, so all of a sudden we have Jax building tank because he can, and just going to buy space for Corki, right? So that is something that, at least early on in the season, I've noticed. It feels like a lot of the Fearless draft is like it's usually, like, I'm used to it dictating around pairings, but a lot of the comps have, for me, really shaped around what the bot lane matchup looks like, and kind of going from there, just given how early this picked up in draft. I feel like it's affected a lot of the other decisions that are made in Fearless.
Bot lane certainly been a focus. What's interesting, though, is we came on talking about how mages in the bottom lane feel still pretty prevalent, especially with a lot of AD carries getting tuned.
We haven't seen him yet.
We haven't seen him, like, really even, like, gotten, like, bans thrown their way towards some of those bigger picks. The picks that I thought would be like big mage bottom lane players, Victor obviously was taking mid lane. I've heard that it's a bottom lane player. Hui, I don't know where Hui went. I mean,
Ziggs has been MIA.
Ziggs has been MIA.
Especially, I mean, you still have Kaisa and Jhin on the board for the Ziggs, so you still have some responses. But hey, I like the highlight. I think it's a good answer. And Yone is still on the board too, so you would have 80 pairings mid if you wanted to go for stuff like that.
Well, we get to see now, Cubby, as we are going into what could be our final draft of our night here between Ultra Prime and Weibo Gaming. The blue side supremacy continues. Ultra Prime hop back onto that side. And one of those champions you talked about, Yone, already being given a ban here, as marksmen are really just the target of Ultra Prime. You're trying to pitch Light's Pool and pitch the early game power of these marksmen in specific.
We may be looking for like early Ziggs, early Kaisa being taken, or really taking away some of the lane bullies that are available. I mean, Caitlyn and Draven, two of the more dominating laners that we have at the marksman position. So, like, for me, what jumps out is maybe opening up something like a Kaisa, or if you want to get really weird, it could go for something like Nyla. Could be an option. J-Span, of course, that is a potential answer to Renekton in the top lane as well. Gnar still on the board for Breathe. Always a good pick for him. So I don't think Renekton's going to be like first picked or Omega high prio, but something that we haven't seen yet. We still expect to see quite a bit of in this season.
Two very different approaches to the ban phase.
Oh, Orianna got through.
As Orianna does get through the Maokai ban being thrown down. I like this. This is exactly what I think Ultra Prime need to go. A safe, reliable pick for Saber. Only problem is you do leave Xiaohu and Tien off their great mid jungle, targeting of him up to find a counter, and Orianna is very susceptible to, early ganks.
Yeah, I will say first two games on blue side, they did deny Orianna from Xiaohu and Weibo Gaming. So to have that be up, to be first picked, now it really impacts the draft, because you have Jinx, Nocturne, a bit of a deny, taking away that Orianna combo. And also Jinx, you somewhat have the range, and with a lot of the marksmen taken off the board, it's going to be hard to find a pick that can actually push Jinx around in lane. Like, no Varus, no Ashe, Caitlyn and Draven banned. Jin's an answer, but it's kind of a soft counter. Might be opened up since we have the Kindred that can supply the DPS in these fights. But I think it's going to be really tricky to deal with Jinx. And like, even if you go for something like Xayah, yes, you can somewhat dodge out on Nocturne, but that tether continues while you're up in the air with that ultimate, and Jinx outranges you in lane, and on red side, you get access to support counters. So I really don't like this pick for Wako. I think it's the time to go Jhin and just play utility and let your Kindred be DPS. I don't think the Xayah is set up for success. Now, yeah, just take things to outrange it. Syndra's a great pick into Xayah Orianna here.
Syndra locked in.
And it's
Nocturne.
Xiaohu Syndra.
Yeah, Xiaohu Syndra too. Jeez.
Yeah.
Nocturne, also another champion. You know, we talked about Orianna getting through. Nocturne has been banned pretty heavily in this series as well. So another easy executable combination for Tien and Xiaohu, maybe feeling that they've discovered what will really let them cook. It won't be as early as last game with, you know, the flash Pantheon stuns at level 2, level 3, but over and over again, expect to see Tien diving in where Xiaohu's in range to land a stun, and if those two line up, with how squishy this comp is for Ultra Prime, they're dead.
I do like the Alistar ban coming out. I'm a little bit surprised that we see support bans, because I'm expecting for Hong to get 5-pick here. But Alistar uniquely interacts pretty well with Nocturne, just the spell shield. You have multiple ways to get around that. And also you get some control over the Lamb's Respite from Kindred, just using the displacement that Alistar can bring. So I actually think I like that support ban. I think it's warranted. And from here, you see Ultra Prime. Do they take away Tahm Kench too? Because Thresh is one of the ways that you can give Jinx a lot of safety. Tahm Kench seems like a wild ban to throw out, but depending on what Ultra Prime wants to pick, could be an option. And instead, they see the Ornn ban, say, hey, Renekton could be good for them over on Weibo, so they take that away. And
whoa!
Okay, Hong gets a hook champion, and they ban the Thresh, but not the Blitzcrank. And it's just going to be Blitzcrank being used. That does give you some control over Lamb's Respite, but that is blinded. So, I mean, the Alistar ban makes a lot more sense now, because that's actually one of the counters. You don't want a Tahm Kench with the Xayah. I'm kind of curious what they end up doing into the Blitzcrank. Brahms off the table. That's one of the counters. Yeah. Leona's off the table. Rel's off the table. These are all pretty playable in the Blitz. So, really down the totem pole in terms of what support Rosywell is going to get to play here. And curious to see what he goes with. I don't think he has a lot of options.
I think so. Bard's the hover.
It's not a terrible one, but
it's
it
not
doesn't
terrible
feel great. Yeah,
I know Renata is an enchanter that obviously is susceptible to those hooks, but I like her into dive comps regardless. It's a tough spot to play. The Bard will be locked in. Here's what I'm going to say, Cubby. We have already seen a masterful MVP earning Blitz performance from an LPL support in a Game 4 to clinch a series. Are we here once more? Is that Feather or Hong?
Was that Feather? Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it was
Hong
Feather.
was. Yeah, he was known for his hook champions when he first joined the LPL. So, I mean, really curious to see him just pick Blitz and kind of throw the gauntlet down. Again, I see Jinx. I'm like, you have support, 5-pick. That sounds great. Instead says, no, I can take the Blitz down. Enough champions are off the board where I feel like we can pilot this. Again, brings displacement. The silence really valuable against Kindred as well. So they have some control over Lamb's Respite. And then speaking of displacement, they open up that 5-pick to get Gnar a decent matchup. So Gnar Udyr will have shove early, but Gnar, we've seen Breathe Gnar. It's a champion that he loves. And again, that Mega Gnar giving you more control over Kindred Ultimate could be really important for Ultra Prime in this one.
The one gotcha that I will give over here to Ultra Prime, very bursty comp, obviously, and the hook can have troubles, but Kindred's Lamb's Respite is obviously a game-changing ultimate whenever you can get it. If you can get it down when a target is jumped on by Tien's Nocturne, when you have that absolute power coming through, it can really negate a lot of Weibo's punch. But it's such a hard ultimate to time right, position right, and like you mentioned with hooks coming in, if it is, Junhao that gets hooked, you're really just dropping it on yourself. And if it's somebody else that's getting hooked out of it, the ult becomes useless. So we'll have to see how that ult plays in as we are getting set to head to Summoner's Rift for what could be the final match of our night if Weibo Gaming take it over Ultra Prime.
Yeah, no, I mean, we'll see if they can get the same start they did in the last game. Keep in mind, Tien got the ball rolling. Him and Xiaohu they participated in all 8 of the first 8 kills. They all went into their hands, and it was playing through mid, attacking Sabres had, frankly, a pretty tough series for Ultra Prime. So I'll see if that ends up being the same strat this game, or if it ends up being something different for Weibo.
Blitzcrank games mean level 1 Fiesta regardless, and Weibo are trying to disguise Hong right now so you can line up a hook, but Ultra Prime are setting their own trap in that river brush. All 5 members of each squad pretty huddled up towards this top river, but I think things could settle down a bit more here. But you can really feel the tension of both squads trying to bait this level 1 to go their way.
Yeah. Do want to see as we take inventory of some of the keystones being selected. Glacial Augment from Hong. So not electing for the Aftershock. I gotta say, I think that's the right call this time around. It's pretty hard. Like, there's only one melee champ where he could consistently proc that on. And that means that if he does connect with one of those rocket grabs, will be harder to get out of, more pressure on Ultra Prime to burn summoner spells or abilities to escape that. As we do have the lane swap showing for Weibo will be predicted by Ultra Prime, so will be standard lanes, and Breathe will be a little bit late to that bot lane. Missing out on some XP.
Hong going to step up, go 1 for 1 on his first hook. Gets the slow off that Glacial Augment, so Light can get a couple more rockets in. Always fun to track the hooks hit for these Blitzcrank players, because there's no champion more feast or famine than Blitzcrank. You could be hitting your hooks and be one of the most powerful champions in the game, or you could be a glorified melee minion.
So far, Hong doing a nice job. If he is able to connect with some of these hooks or just showcase the pressure of it, it is range advantage for Jinx into Xayah. And that is very important at times in this matchup. Again, I really like Jinx into Xayah. I think if Xayah is pushed around early, gets behind it all, Jinx is the better late game champion. If you are playing at that range, Cinder's going to help support that. And so Light, if he's given the space, we've seen what Light can do. Really solid marksman that we have here in the LPL, and has a lot of setup this game to do wonders, as that's going to flash out of Wako.
Just presenting himself for a pretty easy hook here. Gets away with just burning the barrier, but 10% HP maybe as this wave comes crashing in. He has to be pretty careful. Ignite isn't available, but Hong is hunting with these hooks that are just itching to come off cooldown.
I thought we were going to see a flash burn there from Wako, as
I like it. I like it. He's hunted.
Yeah, nearly found that one. There are some goofy mechanics with minions and hitboxes. If they get pushed around before they actually aggro on another minion, they actually are not pushed around in the game, only visual. So that's like one way that you can play around with hitboxes, and you can see Hong trying to do that, because I don't think that melee minion was focused yet on someone.
Oh, he got him again. Knock up the chompers. Will we even see Wako get the flash off? He does with the feather pullback. Does grab the root onto Light, who burns the barrier, a bit protective. But it's still just Weibo bot lane supremacy right now.
Yeah, nice rip there from Wako to save himself.
This should be a mark.
Yeah, one positive so far. Junhao not only going to get the mark, but also has access to that bot crab. That said, not going to be able to access it because the priority right now is on top lane. And with all the pressure, the lead that Weibo Gaming has, they've actually forced the Xayah and the Bard off, and going to force Wongjung the TP top to catch this. So good use of TP here from Wongjung, frankly. But now Weibo, they get to decide where they want to put their duo lane on the map. Do they want to go match the Xayah and Bard that will now be relegated to the bot side? Or do they want to throw them back up top and already set up an easy grub take and potentially some very positive work towards that first turret? Looks like they want to keep the duo lane, and frankly, can't blame them with how well it's going so far.
Intriguing seeing how heavy turret play Weibo have had in this series. You definitely get a lot more damage onto plates like they have in games 2 and 3. But I like it. Threaten the hook onto those champions without those key summoners over and over again. Try to get yourself that first blood, set yourself up for feats. And Breathe will be fine. The one good thing about Gnar is no matter how rough your lane is, it just takes one big ult to make a difference. Maybe one big hook to make a difference in this early game, as Hong's going to hold on to it. Good flash from Rosie Love. Knockup didn't come in time, so Hong's hook does go wide.
Yeah, really well done, actually. There's a little bit of a bluff that you can do there with Blitzcrank. Of course, if you connect with a knockup and you flash, you can still follow through with the rocket grab. So Rosie Love really playing on that narrow window to make sure that he was able to flash out of that and wasn't actually power-fisted into the hook. So well done.
Barrier, the only summoner that Ultra Prime's bottom lane is going to have access to for a bit here. Heal coming soon for Rosie Love. So Hong's window to really make dividends continues as Hook's going to land through those minions like you talked about, Cubby and Wako. He has barrier up, but I don't know if they will prevent the first blood. One more rocket. Oh, the ignite is a tick too short. And Wako once again escapes certain doom. And it's Breathe that's going to fall. First blood. Thought it was gifted a Weibo. It's Ultra Prime that grab it towards feats of strength.
Wonjung's up in experience. You can see almost up a full level after the solo kill from Breathe. Did have 6 to Breathe's 5. Some of that was from the lane swap early on. Breathe stayed mid to soak XP from mid, but missed out on the solo lane. Bot set behind, one Jung able to cash in. Meanwhile, Rosie Love going to get chased down.
They're going to follow it. They're going to flash. You could tell Hong and Light really wanted to kill finally after coming so close, and they get a key one onto that hyper-scaling Jinx.
Yeah, frankly, I think if Light burned the flash in that skirmish against Wako, he could have gotten the kill and gotten out. If we do get a second look at that, not going to be the case. Instead, it's going to be one Jung. Did have the freeze and just forced into Breathe. Force Mega when you are Udyr. Oh,
great flash.
Actually, that's a pretty good flash. You deny the attack speed buff as well. I'm not sure if he gets the attack. Or no, not sure if he gets that in melee or not. I don't think it matters if it connects or not either. I'm trolling. Anyway, well done. Good flash. You got 6 and was able to catch it as we talk through that one live.
Sometimes we have to break down. We have to learn the breakdowns first too. All right.
I'm in my head, you know. When you ES Nara, you get an attack speed buff. I don't know if you get in Mega or not. I don't think you do. You do it. You definitely do in Mini.
Yep.
And then you dodge it. I was thinking of Camille. You got to hit Camille Z to get the attack speed buff. You know. I'm trolling.
Junhao is not, though. Oh boy, Hong's at it again. Knock up into Hook, into Chompers. Rosie Love's going to try and glide around them as Wako's looking for a root. Rosie Love able to get the slow, and once again, limping away with a blinking health bar. As Light and Hong are unrelenting. Thing I wanted to point out, Cubby, is Junhao's had a hell of a game with these marks. Oh no, Hong, he just won't stop. He's just not letting these two get any sort of rhythm established.
Yeah, it takes a free heal too. Of course, the grubs were secured by Weibo, so that is one monster objective down. Dragon was not traded back, so if Weibo were able to get this upcoming dragon, it would be 2 out of 3 feats of strength. And we've mostly seen trades so far with these early monster objectives. We've yet to see a team get the first 2, and that would be really big if that can happen here for Weibo, as of course they would be pretty much well on their way to picking this up, just given the lead that their bot lane has. They've shifted them back bot to try and help secure the Drake, secure some plates for themselves. You got to imagine.
It's the Hong show still. We do have the Paranoia up and available. Xiaohu has established himself a bit of a CS lead per usual. Not as massive as the last couple of games, but look to see the passing of the torch potentially from Hong and Light's bottom lane escapades to the TN, and maybe Hong link up that we've still been looking for, jungle and support.
Well, I mean, at the moment, everything, at least for me, is focused up on that dragon. I know Tien's not here on this side of the map. Both of our junglers are working their way towards that top side, but with the priority that Weibo has in the bot lane, I'm surprised that Tien's wrapping up his full clear and not skipping anything to actually take this dragon, just because the pressure that you have right now is Weibo down bot into Wako, and with this matchup you have, it's really tough for Ultra Prime to deal with.
Breathe has had a tough time with the Zoodyrs. Going to get help from Tien, who's covering, stunned. Great use of the Ram stance there for one Jung, so he doesn't get stunned up. I think Tien might have flown in with the Paranoia. Both junglers paying a ton of mind to these top laners.
Bree's going to have to hop his way on out of there.
Yeah, I wonder if one Jung was just going to proxy, but now looking for that dive with Junhao here. Breathe able to hold his own, and Junhao really can't cut down the angle. This is all just signaling me. Why? I'm curious why Tien didn't just sprint bot for that dragon like you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm in top lane resources. They matter a lot.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, TP coming in.
Yeah, Junhao flashes over the wall. Lamb's Respite going to drop as he's the lowest one. Give me a man advantage for Weibo as Xiaohu's coming in, and Junhao has to be left to the wolves. Or maybe just Tien grabs that kill. Weibo build a bit more gold in their early lead.
Yeah, that priority not being on Dragon does lead to some more kills here for Weibo. And at least matching the jungler there. You have Tien getting out on the map, able to get there first. Is a good flash from Rosie Love to get out of the Super Mega Death Rocket. From Light will save his life.
Those flashes, man, they're coming off cooldown for these two bottom laners. Breathe is dead. Mini, does it get him executed? All right. I mean, it's costly for the flash, but you at least don't give gold. Rosie Love, that is a Blitzcrank with combos up. He's going to hold the hook, land it. Xiaohu is here. Gifted a free kill onto that scaling Syndra. It's been a rough one for Rosie Love and Ultra Prime's bottom lane.
Did I see like 116 pop up for gold? It can't be that low for what Bard's worth at 0-2. But man, it didn't look like he got a ton of gold off that kill. Still a freebie, and the important thing, the dragon. Why? Feats of strength. 2 out of 3 already secured for Weibo. Second grubs have spawned, so if Tian makes his way towards there, it does have all of his camps up yet again, but could be big, because that would secure one of the 3 feats of strength overall. And then either team at the moment, first tower away from picking that up on their own if that does get picked up by Weibo. So, of course, one of the new mechanics of the new season. And at the moment, the Ultra Prime, they realize how dire that second grub could be. Not just that, the fact they're down 0-3, they send a lot of resources up here to try and secure it. We'll see if we get a fight. Tian does have ult up.
Oh, flash right on top of Xiao, who gets over the shockwave with his own flash just to get him out of safety, into safety's waiting arms. Hong's hook goes wide. There is a big Bard ultimate to slide up onto Light, who has to flash himself back, and Wonjong does not take any damage currently. Hong flashing to safety. Xiaohu now being hunted down by Wonjong's Udyr. Picks up the first kill, but Breathe finds himself a trade with Light behind him. Rocket to the face, and it's Light unleashed. Finally for Weibo Gaming. Couple more rockets could find the kills onto Bull Saber and Wako, but they limp away to safety. It was bloody. Wonjong tried to play hero, but it's Weibo again with a fight win.
I mean, that Udyr was massive in the fight, but Wonjong, he overplayed his hand. Yes, he was forcing multiple people off, ends up going down, gives away a big shutdown, and that really allowed space for Light to play the fight with Breathe, who did a really nice job to set up this Jinx and got some very important gold over to Light's pockets on the Jinx. Is now sitting at 3-0. Let's see what Light walks out of base with. Could be big. But man, Udyr was huge in this fight. I like the setup on the Xiaohu. The flash from Xiaohu was fantastic. But from here, Wonjong, I mean, look at how much damage this Awakened R is doing from the Udyr. Does a nice job, just sets up to take down Hong, and then starts forcing off the entire backline. I mean, pretty much takes down Xiaohu on his own. But this is where things get big, because Breathe actually able to sneak in here, finds the engage, syncs up with Light, takes down a few, and Wonjong nowhere to help heal for his backline that was already in tough shape, and ends up going down as he overextends himself. A lot of gold goes over to Tian off that.
The Grubs do split 3-3, so nobody gets that. It's actually a monster gain for Ultra Prime as a Hong hook throws Wonjong under the turret. Luckily, he's the tankiest member of Ultra Prime and walks away limping, but to survive. So, Rocket downtown. That is online, and Light has arrived to the series. We've been asking for that big-time AD carry moment. Might be this game, but a tempered fate from Rosie Love is going to stun up too. Hong, the target of most of the damage, gets another good Bard stun from Rosie Love. So, trade back, a bit of revenge there for Ultra Prime support.
Still, a lot of this, I mean, there was a war for first brick. Yes, blood does go over in favor of Ultra Prime, but that brick went over in favor of Weibo. Again, important for the feats of strength, as they already have 2 out of the 3 monster objectives secured. So any more that go over to them is big. And Junhao, you know, that red buff looked tasty. It actually went over to Light, which is a bummer. At least Junhao gets out with his life, but...
no flash.
Yeah, did burn the flash, and honestly really expensive in terms of tempo.
Weibo grab that first turret as well to get closer towards those feats of strength. Tian not punished too heavily for it as well. And another turret going down. Just what Weibo have been dominating the most at this series is turret destruction.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Grubs can do, man. And we do have Grub split this time around. We have had a couple games in a row where it was Grub advantage from Weibo, which I think they played out decently well in both those games, especially, I mean, even in the loss. I thought they actually used their Grub advantage decently well. This time around, though, we'll be even. So that turret destruction might slow down a little bit this game, just given that we have a handshake in terms of the power of Grubs. But still, the meta has really evolved where if you do pick up Grubs and get a Grub advantage, you are just prioritizing those turrets, playing out mid and one of the side lanes to really send 4 members and shove down those side lanes really effectively to utilize your Grub advantage. So with it being 3-3, I'm wondering what ends up happening, because I think that we're going to pretty much see more of a handshake here, but I don't know if that's good or bad for Ultra Prime, because I feel like they should be using this lead on Wonjong to just draw pressure to wherever he's at and make plays elsewhere. So I would love to see One Jung continue to really play and posture aggressively on this Udyr while he's ahead.
Without a doubt, because that helped alleviate the real problem that we point out in draft that has now just been fully brought into reality. There is no way to compete with Light in this game if you're Ultra Prime. It's a daunting task to even find any damage onto this Jinx with the comp they've drafted.
Yeah, I mean, that's very fair. Kind of why they have to neutralize it with the Udyr, you know?
Yeah. What,
Him just being as tanky as he is he's going to get the flash from Hong. That is a valuable flash, as Blitz can do a lot of unique plays with that. And Herald will be picked up, so feats of strength will be decided by the next monster objective. That said, Breathe.
Turret, though.
Yeah, traded it out, and that dragon is up. And with that reset being forced from Ultra Prime, we'll see if Weibo ends up going for that. That would have been their chance to secure it. But instead, we're looking to see if there was any defense over this top outer play. Ultra Prime were disciplined and reset, which now gives them an angle to take this dragon. So Weibo really prioritizing these dragons, or towers over the dragons, which is a bit interesting, given how powerful Soul's been so far in this series. I don't love this one for them.
Yeah, Xiaohu needed an extra wave to even get this tier 1 turret down. One Jung will fly over to catch the wave. He does have teleport. A lot of pinks coming down towards this bottom river. Xiaohu going to take a very key reset to grab some items. Already have Breathe channeling his teleport, so now Weibo are going to make the big-time commitment to play for this.
And maybe they want to force the fight, so like that's why they didn't just take it to trade it. That's one like path of logic I can see, because they were looking for the fight on top side too. And wow, looks like this is going to be uncontested. Yeah, so Ultra Prime, One Jung stayed top. No TP burned. Didn't feel like they could take the fight, and now they're going to try and take control of this top side and see if they can get Weibo to misstep.
Oh, but Xiaohu just teleported over their head, looking for a flank play on this Syndra. Not going to take the long way around. Looking for a multiple-man scatter of the weak. Rift Herald gets no use, by the way, from Ultra Prime.
Yeah.
Doesn't even crash into that mid-tier 1.
Kind of a nice seesaw here from Weibo. There's nothing else they can take on this side of the map besides mid-inner, given all the camps are down, but didn't fall into Ultra Prime's trap on the top side. Stayed disciplined with the side of the map that was strong for them, and actually, I mean, got them the neutral Rift Herald, as you pointed out, Slayer, so not bad.
Not bad, but the fears for Ultra Prime continue to grow. It's good to see them still leaning into those side lanes, shoving in constantly so that Weibo can't play towards their very team fight heavy composition, but this has only given Light more time to scale up. Does go the Hull Breaker route, so you nerf the three item Jinx power spike everybody likes to talk about isn't a reality here. It's going to take a bit longer, but it's not going to feel like that much longer because Light is 2,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent. Still 4-0, the first one of 2 items. The first one that will be able to even grab those tier 3 Berserker Greaves.
We'll see if that's the next one for him. As I gotta say, I still hate the Hull Breaker AD builds. You know, I somewhat understand why we're doing it. It's 40 AD and 500 health. It's a lot of stats. You do a lot of damage to turrets. But it's not the spirit of what we're used to with Jinx, you know?
100%.
Don't feel like Hullbreaker was meant to be built by our marksman.
No, it definitely wasn't designed that way. And specifically in this game, I don't like it either because, like we've been talking about, it's hard for Light to, unless he's mispositioning, to actually be in threat to die and nerf his damage output. Like, if you were playing in a comp that wasn't able to protect you as well, you were playing into a lot more divey champions from Ultra Prime. Like, if Light and Wako switched, I would get it a lot more. But there's just no threat to Light's damage output, so why not just fully index into damage output?
Yeah.
Hi, Atacon.
I will say that at least with Jinx passive, like there is an on-hit feature to Hullbreaker, so you can utilize that. Just Jinx gets a lot of attack speed from her Q if you're on minigun. And the AoE Q is nice too, but end up seeing if it gets any use in the team fight. At the moment, getting use against the Otacon, as this is being taken very close to the spawn.
This is what we were expecting when Atacon spawns. Ultra Prime teleporting up here to stop the take. Atacon at about half HP, going to reset.
Oh, Breathe yoinked it.
Oh, Breathe did you good spot.
Yeah.
Another voracious Otacon, by the way. Ooh, there's a stun, and bye-bye Wako. Okay, good use of the Feather Storm. Nerfs the damage of Unleashed Power. 2 key ultimates traded, though. Tempered Fate, Xiaohu has to commit the flash to get over it.
We'll say if we're gonna fight the objective now, I think a lot of times burning flashes to get engaged spells out is good. Just the struggle at the moment is they do see Wako. He's yet to reset, and for me, that's really where Weibo should think about starting.
Here we go. How quickly can they get Light? That first kill. Breathe flying on in for a big gnarl. Does not line it. Tien is chasing down Wako, who has no way to dodge out on the paranoia damage. And Light is untouched. Sure, you throw down the Lamb's Respite, but it just sets up the meat grinder that is Light. Couple rockets later, and it's an ace for Weibo, and they break open a deciding game 4.
Man, Xiaohu was a little bit late to join this fight as he had the base and TP back, but that angle that he took in the scatter, this is why his Syndra is so feared, why he was able to play this pick in the top side. He is too damn good at this champion, has always been that way throughout his career. This scatter is just beautiful from him. Later in the fight, he's got to get back into it with a TP, but at the start, man, things are okay. Breathe kind of whiffs the engage, but Wako not resetting puts him in such a tough spot for this fight. He is completely taken out of it by Tien. And then look at this TP. Xiaohu went to one of those wards, waits for the Lamb's Respite to expire, hits a beautiful scatter that takes down Bard, finds a stun on all, and makes it easy for his team to wipe that fight.
Is that the dream fight for a marksman player? I don't think Light took damage.
Yeah, that was pretty easy for Light. It's nice to be positioned in the river when the rest of your team has everyone like up against walls and just finding every angle imaginable from the jungle. You just get to kind of that's where the marksman likes to be. Hold space bar and just hit what's in front of you, right? Just get the tunnel. Yep. The team's making it happen, man. Don't even have to look elsewhere.
Certainly don't. Now to be even more aggressive as while we watch that replay breaking down the fight, Weibo secured the Revive Otacon, so they'll use that to be ever as aggressive. Feel confident just starting up this dragon, mowing through it on their own. Probably have about 2 more minutes of this Revive buff, so we'll see how crazy maybe Tien and Hong specifically want to get.
Personally, I love to see when Tien gets crazy. I feel like that's one of LPL's greatest pastimes. For better or worse, we just go in as Tien. We're now in the dream Tien scenario.
Especially on Nocturne.
Yeah, you can die. You can just press R and die for no consequences. Let's go, man. Let's get in there.
I mean, if you die, and if 3 of you die and you get 2 kills, that's a positive gold trade with the new buff. Tempered Fate not going to find Light. We talked about that being the only way to really cut down the distance to get towards Light. And his buzzsaw of a Jinx at this point. It doesn't help Ultra Prime that they already bled so many turrets earlier on. They've got bot waves shoving into inhibitor turrets. Mid-tier 2 soon to fall as well. Just a masterclass. Weibo have really woken up since dropping game 2.
Yeah, really like the Swifties on Hong. A couple good things for Blitzcrank. First off, the highest base move speed. Second off, the W, when it wears down your, I think it's overdrive, it reduces the slow when you have Swifties. And also with the feats of strength, extra power for Swifties grants you extra move speed when I believe you do damage or heal someone. So really, really useful on Blitzcrank. It really helps keep that threat of the Rocket Grab up at all times.
Power of that Jinx passive if you chain structure damage together. I mean, blew through the inhibitor turret, then has the permanent attack speed buff for the inhibitor, and just like that, it is super minions coming through the bottom lane for Ultra Prime.
You're ready. So the swiftness, like the upgrade, if he is able to secure it, I messed it up. It's not when you do damage. That's the Ionian.
Yes, the Ionian. Yeah.
The swiftness, it just gives you 4% total move speed, and it multiplies all other forms of move speed. So like when you press W on Blitzcrank, or like, let's say you pop a Quad Soul, you're getting even more out of that. Or even if you have points in like Celerity or the move speed point in the runes that sometimes supports take. Like that, it all multiplies on top of each other to get Swifties and feats of strength. So good to see some more Swifties, even from Bard this game. I don't like it as much on the Bard this game, but still, I think that this is a boot that is sometimes underutilized given its price and just how valuable move speed can be in games. So good to see it on a champ that gets a lot of value out of it, like Blitzcrank. Pop it here.
What's using that Hex Flash? Poking, prodding, seeing what Ultra Prime will give him for openings. Light, by the way, does have the Runins done. Is one job. Good use of the Ram Stance once more. Nerfs the hook from Blitzcrank. Breathe and Mega might look to get a little crazy here. They don't have the Octagon Revive. Does jump into Junhao. Forces the flash out of him. That's a well-timed Blast Cone, though, as Breathe gets to safety. Lights go out. Where's Tien going? While he's going for the one guy they cornered. One Zhang left by his team. Dropped off the tanky member for Ultra Prime down. And Weibo looking for more here. With Baron available up towards that top river. Tempered Fate down. Does get Light into the Shockwave. Will not find Light. Perfectly timed flash. Another double Bardstone. Wako's going to step up, trying to get all this feather damage through, but it's just not enough to make a difference and convert picks into kills. Snare onto Hong, and the fight fizzles out. And Weibo now can freely turn onto Baron.
Yeah, I mean, while all that was going on, Breathe picked up top inner, picked up Mega, and now Baron's just being focused down. Health bar is gone here for Ultra Prime, so that skirmish, while they didn't lose out on it entirely, they do lose out on the map entirely in the back half. And Weibo, looking like they are putting the finishing touches on this 3-1, which did feature, honestly, a pretty close first 2 games. But once they drop that game, they really feels like Weibo has locked in and it shuts down Ultra Prime. Also, do like some of the comps we have in the back half of Fearless. I know, like with Fearless Draft, you do get so many different looks, but with a lot of pieces that go missing later on, sometimes it's pretty easy to form identities over just a couple of like small cores. I think throughout the season, it's just to be really common. We just have Viego comps. Like, we're just going to play Viego, see if we can get resets, and go from there. That was the one game that we actually saw Ultra Prime win today. This one, something like the Syndra plus Jinx, like, hey, strong backline, already have Peel, let's find some pieces to put around it. I feel like the few mix and mashing of pieces we saw from Weibo in the back half were pretty good today.
Where is Hong? Where is Xiaohu? All right, we're getting a little crazy with it. Nobody near them. Xiaohu shut down. One Zhang cutting off Light from really stepping up to try and find these trade kills. It's Tien that forces out the Lamb's Respite, so Junhao should survive. Breathe, I still don't understand how Breathe survived this long. Might actually get a kill onto Saber. Tien dies and falls, but it sets up who else but Light. Hits the zap as a fadeaway after nailing down the Udyr. And 1, 2, 3, zap again. Not going to land, but Light is forcing all of Ultra Prime back. We were waiting for the Light special, the difference maker. And boy, has he shown up when it mattered most here. Supers with Baron pouring into the Ultra Prime base, and Light's looking for more.
Yeah, I have no idea how Weibo found themselves at where they were at the start of the fight, but at least their wallets helped them get to the back half of the fight, as Light was safe, was getting the autos down, and was able to somewhat thrive in the chaos that his team was creating. As, man, he's now 9-0-3, has that Hurricane completed. So, of course, on Jinx, when you get the Mega Rockets and the Hurricane going, can be a lot of damage if you are stacked up on top of each other. Let's see what else Light can do.
He's juggling Scuttle and Dragon Agger right now. But let's take a look back at this fight. Xiaohu, that is the most bold flash ever.
That is a crazy flash for Xiaohu. He wanted to send a message to Wako about something. Not exactly sure what motivated him to do that. But hey, you know what? Respect to Breathe. He followed up the team captain of the mid lane. He was like, if my mid's doing something crazy, I'm going to do something crazy too.
Ocean Soul for Weibo. It feels like the final nails in the coffin for Ultra Prime are soon inbound. Down over 10k gold.
You know what, Slayer? I figured it out. They got Wako's flash out before the Baron fight. They thought it was still down. It's got to be it.
Oh, Rocket. Oh, barely goes wide. And Tien takes a ton of damage here. Lamb's Respite out. Healing comes across, and Saber's just deleted. It's Xiaohu pressing R, and now the finishing touches are put down by Weibo Gaming in the form of rocket barrages from Light over and over and over again. He nearly executes Wako in his own fountain. This matchup started out as a love story on social media, but ends in a heartbreaking breakup as Weibo claim the series 3-1 and move to 2-0 in Group B.
Ultra Prime, they continue their trend of playing Weibo somewhat competitively, but Weibo really tried to set aside that narrative in the last 2 games as, we did spend a lot of time talking about jungle support. Really feel like Tien and Hong, two of the new faces for Weibo, can be the ones to really step up and provide the spark that this team needs. We think could be really good for them given the carries and the solo laners that they have on this roster. We saw Tien dominate Game 3, saw Hong really make his mark on his Blitzcrank in that Game 4. So again, A lot of positives that you can take away if you are a Weibo fan in the back half, even if you weren't too thrilled with how close games were against Ultra Prime earlier on in that series.
It's the LPL, and especially early, it can get kind of mixy, it can get a little chaotic. The important thing is that the Weibo prevail, headline being 2-0. It will virtually, unless Group B gets a little crazy, this should virtually lock Weibo into that next stage of Split 1. But talking about the jungle support, like you mentioned, I think the last 2 games illustrated so eloquently that Game 3 win, it was Tien as the setup, the damage like you're talking about, the carry of Xiaohu coming through with it. This game, it's the other half of that engage setup, the other half of that damage dealing. It's Hong's Blitzcrank constantly finding advantages for Light, and then him on the Jinx, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3 on those rockets to bring it home. That is how Weibo Gaming are going to be ultra competitive in the LPL.
Yeah, fortunately for Light and Weibo, there are a lot more than just 3 rockets going out too. In that, a lot of clicks and fire coming down from Light. But hey, honestly, again, like for Weibo, some positives. Ultra Prime, also some positives. We saw Rosie Love really kind of struggle in Demacia Cup. We saw Junhao struggle in Demacia Cup. Saw some better looks from them today. Still don't think we saw a great game 3 or 4 from either of them, but hey, at least that game 2, you can always take that, say, hey, we beat a legit LPL team with a comp that we were able to press our R keys, go in, make plays. They did so. So hopefully they can take that and somewhat run with it as they try and stay competitive in this group.
Lots to take away. I'm with you there, Cubby. Takeaways, though, into our final potential player of the game. It's, I will hear the Hong arguments as the setup guy this game, but a deathless Jinx performance, it's just going to take it.
Yeah, probably. I think this one can go to Light, and that's okay. He had some really good zaps and rockets in there, and just really didn't miss position. I don't think he was pressured all too much, but didn't miss position. And yeah, I mean, that's what happens. Like, I really just don't like the Xayah pick on 3. I think that you're just signing up to get outranged in that game. And you got to find something that at least match the range or pressure the Jinx, which was not done. I think it was a Jhin angle for sure, just to help set up Kindred, at least be able to outrange, buy some space, and help other people get in there. Instead, no, go Xayah. Syndra ends up finding her way into the draft. You're incredibly outranged in both mid and AD, and saw that really provide difficulties for Ultra Prime in that game 4.
Even if it's not Jhin, I think that is no spot better to lean towards one of those mages, mostly because you locked Kindred in the jungle, right? You don't have a marksman worry, so why not go for a Hui here or a Ziggs? I know both are kind of immobile and can be under threat of this Nocturne sort of Blitzcrank combination, but so is a Xayah, so it's an evil nonetheless. We get a look at the post game here, and yeah, it's just Weibo waking up after that Ultra Prime loss. It's pretty similar, a little bit longer of a game, but Weibo in dominating fashion.
Yeah, and worth noting that with this win, Weibo locked themselves for playoffs. So really important that they were able to actually pick this one up. Look to, of course, take the 3-0 group and try and help themselves with the seeding in that. But still really solid performance, especially from the bot lane in the last game from Weibo. Really nice to see the mid jungle step up and then the bot lane step up and just dominate a game in that game 3 and 4. Again, a lot of positives to take away. I think wave 3, they forced the Ultra Prime bot lane off, and man, it really felt like things were one-sided from there.
Yeah. Weibo, one-sided after they got themselves reacclimated. Seeing the highlights of this one, love the cinematic love for Hong and Xiaohu in these moments, right? There are players of his caliber that have been legendary in the game for so long. They have those feared champions, and I think it was so awesome that we got to see his Syndra to close out this series. It truly is one of a kind. Even after a rework, meta shifts, it's always reliable for this guy.
Even him role swapping, still able to pilot at the top lane.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to Syndra and Lucian, like Xiaohu, him on those 2 champions, unbelievable. This was the play that for me was just ballistic from him. Just the TP in, the angle that he finds on the scatter. Yes, he's late to the fight, but he was there, honestly, right in time just to follow up on everything else. And as the fight goes down, he waits for his moment, sets things up, and make sure he takes everyone down. Shout out to Breathe, too. Actually, Breathe had a really nice wall up in there. Set that up. I missed that the first time around, Slayer. Good to have more replays in here.
We love replays.
And then we're going to see Xiaohu lose his mind,
Yeah, I think That is like the most Syndra thing to do, right? Is once you like scale up and you have like a couple items behind you, you get to that 100 splitter mark where you get execute on that already over torqued Unleash Bower. You kind of can do this thing where if you flash and hit a Q, you can ult Nady carry and they don't get to play the game. So I gotta think that's what Xiao was trying to do to send that message to Wako.
Yeah, I think that they were trying to track Wako's flash. They just failed to. That's my one logical explanation as to why we saw Xiao lose his mind. But you know what? Made for an interesting fight for us, Slayer. So we can't complain here in the LPL as we continue to cruise through our group stage. At least one team out in this group, and we'll see if we can lock any more here pretty soon. I'm not exactly sure what the schedule is, but of course, these best of fives. I mean, I've never seen a season start with just raw, straight up best of fives. Fearless draft right off the bat. And it has made for some very interesting games.
It's feast or famine, put up or shut up, whatever metaphor, analogy you want to throw out. That is how, brutal this LPL split can be for some. So fun for us to watch as we get one more look at our dashing LPL casters as we await the likely MVP. Oh, they gave it a Hong. Okay.
Right.
LPL voters aren't just reading stats anymore. We're actually... those stats are disgusting too, but
both supports got MVPs. We
did.
Appreciate our supports. I like that, Sometimes supports, they don't have econ. They don't make the super flashy, like double, triple, quadra kill plays. If they do, they're probably trolling. But no, we have to honor the utility. And I mean, Hong was the one that, like, we talked about what they forced the Ultra Prime bot lane off, like wave 3 or 4. They swap and then force them off again, find kills. That was really through Hong on the Blitzcrank. It was so good that he's the one that got them in control of that lane. He blinded this pick instead of opting for R5 support too, which I think gives him some more brownie points for this game overall. Really well done by Hong. And yeah, really nice game from him.
Brownie points, draft points, all the points being dished out by us today on the cast, but it's certainly been a fun one. We'll end out here by looking a bit ahead. You talked about, Cubby, what the schedule looks like. I want to focus on quickly what the time off looks like, especially for Weibo, who, thanks to Alk, one of our awesome admins here at the unofficial LPL English broadcast, confirmed that this win for Weibo locks them into those playoffs. So congratulations to them. But, Cubby, they do not have a match because of the break we're going to take towards the end of January. They will not play again in the LPL until February 9th, and that match will matter for maybe seeding, maybe not at all. That's a lot of time. That is nearly a month.
Yeah, that's crazy. Man, I will say, the break is for good reason with the new year being celebrated, but
yes,
man, that's I guess they got some time to recoup and recover before we see him on stage again.
How many micro patches are we gonna get in that time? Who knows? But
hopefully not too many.
Hopefully not too many. The next game
anti-patch
coming for Ultra Prime will be against JDG. JDG, their first appearance of the LPL. Yep, next Monday, depending on where you are, Monday, Tuesday, whatever you want to play with the time zones. But tomorrow, we will get to look at that AL team you talked about with Tarzan, and they will be taking on LGD. So that one will be a fun one. I believe that is one of our first looks. Yeah, it will be the first look at Group A.
I see Tarzan on the Rift. I would have watched the game. Tarzan is
that's
a beast and a baller. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with him. And then, honestly, the next games that we'll see in this group, we'll see if JDG in their early trip to Cancun post-Demacia Cup was good for them as they bounce back in the LPL. And hopefully make a better splash and split one than they did in the Demacia Cup, where it was very disappointing.
LPL not disappointing in any regard so far. We've had the fun rise of Thunder Talk. We've had some more competitive series than thought. And the new look Weibo continuing to be a titan of the LPL and potentially
pretty decent. Yeah. There are some holes that will be exploited by better teams, but there are also some really good plays being made by players that we know are elite. So we'll be interested to see them continue to grow as a team and patch things up.
All right, I'm glad you used that word elite, Cubby, because I think before we close out of here, we have some very elite supporters to shout out.
So we actually have a single elite supporter so far. Aaron Superis. Their pledged financial contribution helps us level up the broadcast and get back to the cast, and especially the crew who strives to bring you, the English LPL product every day. Shout out to Aaron for helping us out. And also, if folks want to join the Ko-Fi and be an elite supporter, check the chat. We got commands being dropped by our bot. And please do. We have so many hands that do not even show up on broadcast. Some folks on broadcast are going above and beyond in terms of productions and socials. A lot of people on this team help make things really smooth for Slayer and I when we show up and cast on the days. So shout out to everyone helping us behind the scenes. And everyone has been helping support this channel in the early season. It's been a really fun project for me to be a part of, and been a joy to see everyone else really just love the LPL as we do our best to bring you all the action.
It's been an absolute pleasure today. Who's one I had circled on the calendar, getting a cast with my good friend Cubby. It's been a long time coming. It's been a blast as one of the newcomers at LPL Unofficial English. Hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast. But for myself and Cubby, it is nearly 5 in the morning, so we are going to close this thing out and attempt to do this thing, call it sleep. Like we talked about, tomorrow, same start time as you had tonight. LGD versus Anyone's Legend. You'll have both Rafa and all taking you through that one, so make sure to tune in and give us a love as we continue to figure out what the LPL looks like in its new format. But until then, enjoy the day, the night, whatever time it is for you. Stay safe and take care.